International Women Human Rights Defenders Day. Thank you very much. And in a very special way, I would like to recognize all of you defenders in your respective capacities. I am excited to see all my sisters in this room. There are some of you I last saw last year, and I'm so happy to see you all. And before we start the day, I would just like to recognize in our midst the presence of some guests who have come to celebrate today with us. And some of the guests that we have in the room, and the guests need to forgive me because my tongue was not crafted in a way that will pronounce your names perfectly, okay? But from the Embassy of Norway, I'd like to recognize the presence of Miss Kaitesi and Miss Kasti. Wherever you are, please stand up and just wave to us. Can we ululate for them and show them some love? Okay. From the Embassy of Belgium, we have Stefan. We have Stefan from the Embassy of Belgium. From the Embassy of the Netherlands, we have Ode. Yes. Thank you. And it's interesting that this is the second women's event that he's attending. I think he finds, I think, a lot of joy in this event. So thank you for being such a great ally. And please send our love to the embassy. From the EU delegation, we have Mr. Katho, yes. Yeah. He always teaches me how to pronounce his name, and then I always forget. And but it's good to have you here. And then from the French embassy, we have Miss Yanya. Yanya? Yes, Yanya, from the French embassy. Thank you very much for being part of today's event. We also have from the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association, Miss Bazanya Sandra. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Also in our midst, we have our board members, and present with us here, we have Miss Pamela Angwech from Gwedji, right here. Please ululate for her. We also have an online audience, and on the online audience, we have the board chairperson, Miss Margaret Chamber. Please ululate for her. We also have Miss Bruna Patricia, who is the board secretary, joining us. But why aren't you ululating for your board secretary? And finally, yes, yeah, I think that is what we have online. So today, we are excited. We are excited. Yesterday, I was with a couple of friends and were saying, what's the point of the revolution? What is the point of doing all this work that we do as women human rights defenders if we can't dance? What is the point if we can't? What's the point if we can't? Dance to our own revolution. And so at this point, we are going to go into the introductions. And the introductions are going to be done in a unique way. And I was told that you had a debrief on the introductions. So we will do introductions by cluster and by region. And we'll start the dancing and the introductions with the Disability Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Working Group, okay? So I'm just going to give you the order so that you know when you're coming and you don't overdance from that side, okay? So we'll have the Disability Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Working Group, after which we shall have the Land, Environmental, Oil and Mineral Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Group coming. And then we shall have the Structurally Marginalized Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Group, after which we will have the Ethnic Indigenous Thematic Group, and then have the Female Journalists, have the Female Youth Women human rights defenders, have the GBV, Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Working Group, and then we will go into the remarks for the day. And because there are quite a number of groups, I'm going to ask that the Secretariat is at a place where they are able to mobilize the different groups to come to the front. For our guests, the groups will dance their way to the front, and then they will do their introductions and go back for another group to come, so that we are recognizing each thematic group in its individual uniqueness, okay? And at this point, I'm going to invite the person who is working the machines to please put our music selection in a way that it's not going to disappoint us. So without wasting time, please put on your dancing shoes, your dancing skills, your vibe, and let us welcome the Disability Women Human Rights Thematic Action Working Group. DJ, let's have some music. The Disability Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Working Group. Please make your way to the front. Please make your way to the front. May we have some music? The Disability Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Action Working Group. I'm not sure why our music is not starting, but we need music. DJ, you're disappointing us. You're disappointing us, DJ. Mr. DJ. Let's, Mr. DJ. Yeah, let us ululate with them. The DJ is there with the music. And my apologies that the DJ has not been able to give us music, but here it is. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to ask who will be speaking to introduce the team. I am available. Okay. May we have a microphone that's working?
Praise King Jesus. Long live women human rights defenders. Long live our fathers. Long live all of us. Anna Adam, women human rights defenders from Passion Community, Young People. Okay, let's welcome.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a very big hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Action Working Group on disability. And before we get the next group, I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Robert Sempala from the Human Rights Network for Journalists. Thank you very much for gracing our event. In addition, I would like to recognize the presence of Miss Jean Kemitare, who is from the Urgent Action Fund. Urgent Action Fund provides very quick, urgent money for work that is important, like the one that we do with women human rights defenders. And I believe all of you have benefited from that money that has come from the Urgent Action Fund. So thank you very much. So Mr. DJ, please get us some music as we welcome the Thematic Action Working Group on Land, Environment, Oil and Minerals. So if you know you're part of the Thematic Working Group on Land, Environment, Minerals and Oil, please come to the front and let us introduce ourselves. Land, environment, oil, extractives. Yeah. Can we encourage them to dance? Okay. Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you. I'm going to ask the chairperson of the group. The chairperson of the group. Okay, so we'll ask the chair to just start, but also give us an overview of what the Thematic Working Group does, and then the other members shall go ahead to introduce themselves.
I think Flavia, do you want to give the overview? If not, I can support. So the Land, Environment, Oil and Extractive Women Human Rights Defenders are women human rights defenders who are trying to protect rights related to environment, land and economic livelihood. And because of this kind of work that they are doing, all these women human rights defenders have been attacked, have been intimidated, and they are facing numerous threats. Am I lying? No. Thank you.
Human rights defenders, oh yeah? Human rights defenders, oh yeah? I'm Akelo Sara from Karamoja region, Moroto district, and I'm expert defender and I really protect the rights of the vulnerable communities in extractives. So if you don't be strong, you will be defeated. Thank you very much.
Do we have samples of the minerals?
Yes.
Do we have samples of the oil? We have marble? Okay. Okay. She's from the salt mining community. She says she wants to bring the salt.
No, these are limestones. They are different. Yeah. When you see these ones, these are limestones. They are used for tiles, cement, lime, and so forth, but mostly tiling. When you call of tiles, precious things for decorations, plates, what and so forth. Then we have limestone. Limestone is almost always being used in the production of cement. And this is where Tororo Cement Limited ferries limestone from.
Okay, we go to the next person. So you're based in?
Moroto district.
So introduce yourself.
I'm Nasaka Halima Nalong from Kasese district, location Katwe Salt Lake. I defend the rights of our women who are working the salt mining. We have rock salt. It is used for animal linking and human consumption for softening meals like beans. We have table salt. This is natural salt, Katwe salt, the best meal. It works as a medicine, also for home consumption. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Immaculate Kibaba from Girls for Climate Action. We advocate for climate justice. We do advocacy. We encourage the youth to participate in climate activism, that is the planting of trees, the use of organic manure, so that we can live a climate that is better in the coming future.
Hello everyone here. Women rights defenders, oye? Oye. My name is Robina Tibakanya Akiki. I hail from the land of oil. Unfortunately, we are only expecting oil, the first drop of oil in 2025. So I couldn't come with a sample. And I work for the people living with HIV in resettlements and the whole Hoima, Greater Hoima. And we have always been advocating for fair compensations. You know, there's too much of land grabbing in that region. Thank you.
Next.
Praise God. Yeah, we are from Amapadet Livia, from Tororo district. We are women human defender, dealing in movement, in environment, teaching people how to plant trees. We have our t-shirts.
They want to show their t-shirts. You can move.
Yeah. This is our t-shirts. We even have nursery beds. Yeah, we give out people to plant trees.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Next.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm called Aweko Colette. I work with Legal Aid Project of the Uganda Law Society. I'm a human rights defender advocating for access to justice, mostly specialized in the girl child and the women. Basically, we look at land land, sexual reproductive health rights. We also represent them in courts of law and others. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cementa Generous. I work with World Voices Uganda in Kagadi district. We advocate for land rights. We also represent the vulnerable persons, orphans and widows. Yeah, thank you very much.
My name is Peace Patricia Anyu, and I work with Midwestern Regional Center for Development and Human Rights. I am a human rights defender.
She's together with my sister from Karamoja. These are the people of limestone, the rich people of gold. Yeah. Amudat district.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carolina Tim. I work with Meaningful Empowerment for Change and Poverty Alleviation. I advocate for the rights of women who are protecting wetlands and environment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith Najinda. I'm from Bukedi Region, Tororo in particular. I work for Ajeri Human Rights and Rehabilitation Center. We advocate for the rights of women, be it girl child, a widow, to own land. Thank you.
God is good and all the time. You can call me Lemkal Florence. I'm a human rights defender from Moroto District under Tapach Sub-County.
Thank you. Okay. We can go.
Thank you very much. Let's get some music that will guide them going.
Okay, go. You text them. You dance with the skirts. You stay with the skirts. I leave this one to stay with the skirts. Stay with the skirts. Dance with the skirts. Hey.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand clap to the thematic group on land, environment, and oil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. As the ladies settle, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Miss Juliet Anango from the African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Tortured Victims. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. I would also like to recognize the presence of Miss Justine from HIRAF. Is she around? HIRAF? HIRAF? Ah, okay. Thank you very much. And so without wasting any more time, we would like to now get music and receive the Thematic Action Working Group on Structurally Marginalized Women Human Rights Defenders. So music for the Structurally Marginalized Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Action Working Group. Please make your way to the front. Please make your way to the front. Yes. Yeah. Yes, the music was nice. DJ? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Where will we start?
Okay. From the other side.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Natkunda Diana, a female sex worker, a women human rights defender that defends the rights of female sex workers in Uganda, and I work with Give a Hand Foundation. It's a female sex work-led organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Teddy Ayo from Kitgum District. I'm a female sex worker, and I work in an organization called Seminet, that is Community Empowerment Initiative Network. I'm the ED of Seminet, and it's a female, and it's a sex workers-led organization. I'm a human rights defender. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gonza Farida, a human rights defender. I work with key populations, and I'm among them. I work with Crazy Love Sisters as an organization.
By the name is Namaganda Lydia. I'm from Tororo District. I'm a women rights defenders. I advocate for female sex workers' rights. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name's Kabayaga Grace, the Executive Director of Empowered at Dusk Women's Association, which is a female sex work-led organization. I'm a woman human rights defender for sex workers' rights, especially when it comes to SRHR, in regards to safe abortion, and also we handle cases of GBV against female sex workers. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Where is the hype? Where is the vibe? Taka Irene. I work with Friends Eugene, a queer artist platform. I advocate for queer artists' rights.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Balia, and I work with Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum, where we operate a legal aid clinic for marginalized communities, including sex workers, LBQT persons, women and health workers in conflict with a lone abortion, women who use and inject drugs, women with land justice challenges, and victims of GBV in humanitarian settings.
Morning, everyone. Kahunda Rose are my names. I'm a women human rights defender. I defend the rights of female sex workers. I work in Kasese.
Hello, Aniston Stella. I work with Rocket Health under the counseling department, and I do counsel queer persons. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ, you're delaying us. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies. And without wasting time, we're going to receive the ethnic indigenous women human rights defenders. So our sisters from the Batwa community,
the indigenous,
the Ik community that is present, please join us. We also have the Benet community. Yes. So the Benet, the Ik, and the Batwa communities, and yes, the representatives of those communities, please join us at the front. Please join us at the front. Let's have the music playing because the music encourages movement. Can we encourage them as they come?
Where are the photos? The photos, the printed photos. Please, okay, 1, 2, 3, go, yeah. Who is the DJ? Okay.
Let's dance with them. Let's dance with them. Please come, just come, just come. Just come. So these are our sisters from the Batwa community, the Ik community, and the Bennett community. And Brenda will guide us on how they will be able to introduce themselves. And while they get prepared, our sisters from the Female Journalists Working Group, please get ready. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Good morning. These are the ethnic minorities. Ethnic indigenous minority women human rights defenders. We do things of highlighting on our risks of prejudice, stigma, and gender-based discrimination against ethnic indigenous women human rights defenders. Yes, thank you so much. I'm Kusura Viola from Bennett Indigenous Community. We fight for the rights of land for our displaced people under Bennett Lobby Group. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Sange Jacqueline from Bennett Ethnic Indigenous Minority Group. We fight for the land rights of the Bennets, and we also fight against the FGM. Thank you so much.
Morning, everybody. I am Naduku Betty from Kabong. I am a human rights defender from Kabong district. Yes. St. Monica. I am a human rights defender defending for the women rights.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lokure Claudia from Kabong, St. Monica Women's Group. I'm a woman defender, defending the rights of the young mothers Kabong. I also do charity work. I lobby and look for funds to buy them like pads, then I distribute to them. Thank you.
Nara kakro lo puya julena abunti alato ma Kabong district St. Monica women su group. Iya kaido wa man man eftongolo alato ma do ko group. Iya kaido wa ako pangashilo akikonai ka yere bere dadang tar ngabwedu nugo pedor yo do tar ado nyun ngabwedu kona e kwa pe na bitere do wa konaga alakara.
So these are women human rights defenders based in Kabong district, and they are involved in conflict and peace building. They are the people who are trying to talk today, cattle warriors, during the cattle wrestling, and they have been attacked. Some of them have actually been bulleted. And then also they are the ones who are talking to government, soldiers, during the disarmament processes. But the work remains a challenge, and that is what they are trying to tell us.
Good morning, everyone. I don't speak in too much English, okay, I will use ik, Metea donche na mo Juliana Lomeri.
My name is I am Namomo Juliana Lomeri.
Ati I check jao Kabong Okotonya district.
I'm from E community, Kabong district.
Metiama na meta tokobam kedenya na dawashe metiama na meta torika manye group yana dikwa kedenya tale.
Representing the IK cultural troops.
Nda ototoko nda chikama atinya nda denya tale yisine tsona yeti ye.
And fighting for the rights of women, the reason why we are here today.
So they formed a group, and through drama, that's how they are promoting the rights of women from the IK community, but I think also fighting for the rights of the IK community as an indigenous community.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ngelecha Scholastica, IK community, representing the IK Agenda Development Initiative, a local community-based organization fighting for the rights of the IK, land rights, and also violence against women. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
She's saying she's going to the Batwa human rights defenders. Mwabuchire. Mwabuchire. Mwabuchire.
Mwabuchire.
Okay. So they are saying they would like her to translate for them the work they continue to do in their communities, and she's here to explain. So you go.
Morning. I'm Kabalisa Roda. Here.
So this is when the community, the Batra women, you can tell them how they protested.
Human rights defender, they support the Batwa so that they can get their things to Matongo, to their land. That's what human rights defender they are doing.
And when you look at the board, this is how they continue to remain active and resilient. On the 7th, district, on the 7th of March this year, on the eve of 8th May, International Women's Day, they went and protested at the district in Bundibujo, just like you see, peacefully with placards and just questioning and saying, why are we not benefiting from the parish model? And as a result of that demonstration, they were intimidated and arrested, considered to be a nuisance in the community. And then also here we continue to see them in the forest where they are saying they belong to their ancestral land. Unfortunately, they continue to suffer without even benefiting from the revenue that the government is getting from their former ancestral land. And this is how they are organized. I think that here is when we saw women human rights defenders from Rwenzori sub-region joining them here, and they supported the Batra women like you can see here. I think they are here. When they engaged with Wildlife Authority, asking Wildlife Authority why they were killing the Batra who were penetrating the forest and why they were killing their sons. And as a result of that advocacy work, they gave them a day where they pick firewood now. Which day is that? Every month as a result of that advocacy initiative. We thank you. So we can let them go, right? Oh, you needed to. Oh, Mego, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nashaba Mebo Amutwa Reddy from Kisoro District. I'm happy to be here. I work with human rights defender. I'm the one who advocate for our Reddies in Kisoro District. Her name, she's called Nyilamana Jovia.
Okay. How are you, ladies and gentlemen? I'm called Kainta Wilson, brother to the king. I'm the prime minister in this room. Yes, yes, the king is sick. He didn't come. Only that his eyes is paining too much. and he need also treatment. But next he may come. I mean, they may take it. They may take him on Mbalala then to be treated. So thank you so much, and me also. I thank this department to support the Batwa community in Ibundubujo, to give them experiences. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Andimi Roja Bunjei, Nitukiria Dandi Boge.
It's called Bunjei Rosette from Bundibujo district.
Andimi Aneti Bambeleji, Nitukiria Dandi Bogeo.
Thank you.
She's called Bambeleji Annette from Bundibujo also. He's Mutu also.
Can you now play for us the instruments? No, we can. You go. You follow. What about the regional? The regional. Which regional? We have the regional representative.
Thank you very much to the human rights defenders from the ethnic indigenous groups. And I would like to now invite the female journalist thematic working group. So Mr. DJ, please give us music. For the female journalists, just move. The music will find you on your way, okay? Please come over, please come.
You journalists don't know how to dance. You dance. Okay, you're going to follow me. You're going to follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me behind. Follow me, Rosie. Go behind.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Claudia Dribareo, a female journalist from Moyo district in West Nile, with a voice of the Nile FM, and also a member of the Human Rights Network for Journalists, Moyo chapter, and also a rights defender for female journalists in Moyo, and currently working with the Moyo District Gender Office as a volunteer, and basically with the adolescents. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
By the name's Namatende Ramla Mutes, and I'm a female journalist. I work with Viso FM. I'm the station manager of Viso FM, and I'm also the human rights defenders for journalists and the vulnerable at large. Viso FM, Bulisa District, Albertine Region.
Good morning to you all. My name is Rose Kasigwa. I'm a journalist. I'm a human rights defender. I represent the parliamentary press.
Good morning. I'm Ajok Flavia Happiness, a female journalist and a woman human rights defender. I work with Spice Media Services, based in Masindi District, Albertine Region.
I'm also honored to announce that because of working with the female journalist, you have seen today's newspaper where, because of her work, she interviewed me, and there we are. Are you seeing the newspaper around? New Vision? You will see the article there written by her, and she interviewed us. She interviewed Florence. She interviewed also one of the members within us. So you'll see the article. It's circulating, and it came out today. So we appreciate you for raising the visibility of the women human rights defenders.
Women defenders, oye? I want to hear your voice. Women defenders, oye? Oye? Banange munywede chai, you've eaten well. Can I feel the vibe? Women defenders, oye? Okay, well.
Together we are. Together we are.
Well, first of all, I want to appreciate our sponsors, our everything. This madam over here, I just want to say thank you for always identifying us to come and of course attend such. Yes, I'm from Tororo. I'm a journalist, a radio presenter in it's a radio called Radio East. It's a radio for Honorable Sanjay Chana. And so I do the women's program. I should say that away from others. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning to you all.
You read this message.
I'm called Dorcas Drijaru, and I work with Community Green Radio. Community Green Radio is located in Chiboga District. It's under National Association of Professional Environmentalists, a human rights organization. And I'm glad to be here. Through radio broadcast, we are human rights defenders, and mostly we defend women whose rights are being violated. So as female journalists, we have a thematic action working group that aims at elevating our voices at frontline as the defenders. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we will now welcome and receive the female youth women human rights defenders. So the youth chapter of this particular community, please stand up and please come to the front. I no longer know how to ask the DJ to play music. So you come. Please come to the front if you're part of the youth community. Thank you very much. The youth community? The youth community?
Yeah, you've been here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you to the DJ. Thank you. And I know that some of us might be asking, session is taking so long. Rarely do we celebrate. Our work is filled with dealing with one problem after the other. And so today, as we celebrate the International Women Human Rights Defenders Day, this might be the only day we celebrate and dance together wholesomely. But once we are done with this, we will dive straight into the agenda, and we should be able to complete on time, I believe. So over to the women, to the youth.
Thank you very much. And in a specific way, I want to thank the organizers and the donors of the Women Human Rights Defenders. By name, I'm called Chandiru Hadija Juma. I'm from Moyo District. I'm a Y Plus ambassador. That makes me the Miss Y Plus Northern Region. And I'm a young person living with HIV. I advocate for the people living with HIV, especially the adolescents and the young people who are living with HIV. And at the same time, I also support in advocating for the women and the girl child rights in the community. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm by name Tusime Yvette. I'm from Hoima, Albertine region. I work with Youth Development Forum. I'm a women human rights defender and advocate for the young girls in the region. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karunga Elizabeth, a female youth women human rights defender representing the Albertine region. We fight against violence, against all aspects that bring threats to the youth in the Albertine region. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amia Shannon. I come from Moroto district. It's found in Karamoja region. I work for Ateke Women's Agenda for Equality. Basically, we are on gender-based violence response and prevention. We fight for the rights of women and girls in Karamoja region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name, I'm called Bira Zonet. I come from Kasese. I am working and advocating for the rights of the adolescents and the youth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm by the names of Lokure Deborah from Nakapiripirit district. We work with an organization called Women Integrated Development Association. We work for vulnerable. We advocate for vulnerable women and young girls in Nakapiripirit and Karamoja at large. Thank you.
Can we clap for our female youth? DJ, corner dance.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them as they depart. And the last group that we will be hearing from before we get into the regional is the GBV Women Human Rights Defenders Thematic Working Group. So let's clap for the thematic group and its council. Please clap. You just come. The DJ will see you moving and he'll play the music. Alternatively, you can sing.
Good morning, members. I'm Agnes Achen, Executive Director, Women's Forum for Peace and Development, Uganda. We are based in Utuke, Lango Sub-Region, Northern Uganda. Our thematic area is, we have GBV, I'm going to talk much about environmental protection because, okay, you have...
Madam Moderator, in the interest of time, we already know you belong to this group. Okay. Just tell us your name and your district, and I think you have achieved that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Call me Juliet Atarolal. I work for Women and Rural Development Network. I'm a Women Human Rights Defenders Network representing Lamoa District. I'm an advocate for GBV. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Kabagen Sarah from Bundibujo Women with Disability Living with HIV. I advocate for the people with disability in GBV. Western region.
Good morning. My name is Baumin Alice. I'm from Gulu. I'm coordinating Women Human Rights Defender for Acholi Sub-Region.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Chisache from Ginger, and I work with Anti-Domestic Violence Center.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Nakabuye Lilian. I work with Family Strength for a Better Child based in Dokolo.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Halima. I defend the rights of women who are working in salt mining.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Akelo Harriet from Omoro District. I work with Volunteer Action Network.
I salute you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atim Marion. I'm a feminist, woman, human rights defender, Katakwi Teso. I love you all.
Hi. Maditko Grace is my name. I work for Action Aid, and I sit at Gender-Based Violence Shelter as psychosocial support officer. I'm a human rights defender. I'm an activist. I'm a feminist. Name them all. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Jacqueline Eudopia from West Nile, Yumbe GBV Reduction Network, UGNET in short. I coordinate efforts for women to reduce GBV, and an advocate for GBV reduction and women's women's reproductive health rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name's called Olga Lindrio. I come from Adjumani. I work with Overcomers, women activists, which is passionate about gender-based violence against women. We are fighting for the rights of girls and women so that they're not being abused and violated. At the same time, there's some women network groups. Also, we support them so that their rights are being not violated. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Jovia Kabuo is my name. I come from Kasese. I coordinate Alliance for Children and Youth Uganda, and I'm a woman human rights defender. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Kwevaze Makombo Faith, and I also come from Kasese. And we defend the rights of women living with HIV. And that includes even girls or younger people in the district. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am not going to say a lot. GBV means a lot. We cut across. My name is Lillian Grace. I am a human rights legal person, and I work for Women Empowerment Organization in West Nile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap. Oh, my apologies. We celebrate you this day.
I'm Amongin Juliet from Tororo, a human rights defender. I really look at the rights of the children. In my district, children are really being violated so much, more so in the rice growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's give them a hand clap as they go back to their seats. Thank you very much to the thematic working group that addresses issues of gender-based violence, which is a common phenomenon within our community.
We want to recognize our members who have joined us. So just...
thank you very much, because we know that GBV is a problem within our communities. And before we go to the next set of conversation, I would like to recognize in our presence the presence of Miss Beatrice Okot, who is a board member of the Women Human Rights. Miss Beatrice Okot, we would like to recognize your presence. She's a board member of the Secretariat. Thank you very much. We would also like to recognize the presence of Miss Masulia Florence, who is equally a board member. Also joining us are sisters from the continent. So online we have representation from the Tanzania Coalition for women human rights defenders. Thank you very much for joining us. Also joining us online is Mama Cash. Thank you very much. We also have the Global Fund present online, Global Fund for Women present. We have the Kenya Hub for Women Human Rights Defenders. Thank you very much for joining us. We also have the Malawi Coalition for Women Human Rights Defenders. Thank you for joining us. We also have Akijul Consulting. Thank you very much for joining us. All these people make our work possible. They make our work possible with the contributions that they make each passing day. Before we get into the presentations, I would like to recognize the presence of our regional networks. So from the Central Region, if you're from the Central Regional Network, please stand up. If you're from the Central Regional Network, is there anyone from there? If you're from the Central Region, please stand up. Please stand up and just wave to us. The Central Regional Network. Thank you very much. From the Eastern Regional Network, the East. Thank you very much for joining us. From the Busoga Regional Network, thank you very much. We also have the Lango Regional Network. Thank you. We have the Acholi Regional Network. Acholi. Okay. We also have the Albertine Regional Network. Okay. We have the West Nile Regional Network. We have the Rwenzori Regional Network. The Karamoja Regional Network. Karamoja. Thank you very much. And so once again, thank you for gracing our event. And at this point, I'm going to invite Miss Pamela Angwech from the board to make her welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you this morning. My name is Pamela Angwech. I direct Gulu Women Economic Development and Globalization. I am also the founder member of Women Human Rights Defender Network, Uganda. Our esteemed guest, I also want to recognize Robert, the EU Human Rights Award winner. I came after him. And I want to recognize the EU group for spearheading human rights defenders' work in Uganda. Diplomatic communities, ambassador, all protocol observed. Today we come together on International Women Human Rights Defenders Day to honor the unyielding spirit of women human rights defenders across the globe who dedicate their lives to championing human rights in the face of formidable odds. Moreover, we marked the launch of our 5-year strategic plan for 2028, a blueprint that will signify an unwavering commitment to human rights and gender equality. In the presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador of France to Uganda, we find a symbol of international solidarity that unites us in our quest to uphold the fundamental tenets of human rights and gender equality. Our diplomatic corps and Your Excellency, your presence reinforces our shared vision and underscores the significance of this moment. Let's clap for them. Today, as we gather to recognize and celebrate women human rights defenders' courage, resilience, and commitment, we must not lose sight of the daunting challenges they face in their tireless pursuit of justice, equality, and social transformation. Their relentless advocacy often exacts an immense personal toil, harassment, threats, violence, and tragically, even the loss of life. Yet, these extraordinary women stand unwavering, safeguarding the rights of all. Your Excellencies and members present, I want to take 1 minute. Let us recognize the women human rights defenders and human rights defenders in Uganda that has fallen. 1 minute. May their soul rest in peace. On this International Human Rights Defenders Day, we reaffirm our commitment to standing alongside these courageous women defenders. We pay homage to their sacrifices and revel in their victories, for they serve as beacons of change and progress on a global scale. We must support and protect these defenders, ensuring their voices are heard and advocating for their safety as they valiantly lead the change for social justice and equality. As we unveil our new strategic plan, 2024-2028 for Women Human Rights Defender Network Uganda, we celebrate an unwavering dedication of every individual who has contributed to this creation. This plan is more than just a roadmap. It is a living testament to our aspiration, our devotion, to our vision, and our readiness to embrace the opportunities and challenges ahead of us. Diplomatic missions, development partners and donors, both online and here present, our Ugandan human rights defenders and members, we share a profound commitment to gender equality. Our boundless in our global effort to uphold human rights, ensuring everyone can exercise their rights freely and without fear. It is our shared values and belief that we have brought us together and why we are here together today. Let us take this moment to reflect on the importance of empowering women defenders and enhancing their capacity to bring about positive change. Let us also express our heartfelt gratitude to these remarkable women who, through their unyielding commitment, are helping mold a more equitable and inclusive world. Your Excellency, in my closing remark, I extend my most profound appreciation to His Excellencies and all our network members present, partners and allies who have joined us in commemorating this historic day and the launch of our 5-year strategic plan. You are the driving force behind our endeavors and serve as our wellspring of inspiration. Together, let us continue to stand up for the rights of women defenders, and may their remarkable stories be guiding light for generations to come. Thank you, and may this day serve as a powerful reminder of the extraordinary strength, determination that women human rights defenders bring to our society, Uganda. For God and my country, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pamela Angwech, for your kind remarks. And moving straight into our next submission, please join me in welcoming the Deputy of Mission from the French Embassy, and that is Miss Yanya. And I will stop there. And then she will tell us what the other names sounds like. But you're very much welcome, the Deputy of Mission from the French Embassy. Thank you very much. Would you like to speak from there? Okay.
Thank you very much. So, dear Honorable Chairperson, Equal Opportunities Commission, Mrs. Safia Nalule, dear Honorable Commissioner of Uganda Human Rights Commission, Mrs. Shifralu Wagao, dear representatives from the diplomatic missions, dear women human rights defenders and organizations, all protocol observed, I'm happy and very honored to be here with you today, standing for my ambassador, His Excellency, the Ambassador Xavier Sticker, who is currently visiting refugee camps in Nakivale and sends his regrets. So, as I said, I'm delighted to be here on the 29th of November to commemorate human rights defenders and women human rights defenders and take part in the 16 Days of Activism campaign for the elimination of violence against women. We would like to recognize the efforts and courage of women human rights defenders across the country and the specific challenges and constraints that they face while advocating for change. France has been implementing feminist diplomacy as such since 2019, placing equality between women and men, a major cause of the president's two quinquennia in office, at the heart of our foreign policy. In 2020, France, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the AFD, which is its development agency, established the support fund for feminist organizations to support feminist civil society organizations that defend women's rights. Noting that feminist CSOs are the main agents of change on the ground, but that they are excluded from funding, France decided to amplify the voice of these organizations and has supported since 2020 over 1,000 feminist civil society organizations in 73 countries to the tune of 133 million euros. The fund has just been renewed for a further 5 years for a total of 250 million euros. In addition, France supports human rights defenders, particularly women, in concrete ways, particularly in their fight for freedom of expression and women's rights. The Marianne Initiative for Human Rights Defenders, launched in 2021 by the President, aims to support human rights defenders and organizations in their countries, as well as to host 15 personalities, mainly women, each year in Paris to help them develop concrete projects that advance human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Simone Veil Prize of the French Republic, also, at the occasion of the International Women's Day, aims at recognizing personalities around the world who advance the cause of women, thus continuing Madame Veil's fundamental commitment. It was awarded in 2023 to a Salvadorian organization in the defense of the right to abortion. There's also the Franco-German Peace and Reconciliation Award, with numerous brilliant women awarded each year in Uganda, among which Mrs. Sarah Kiika Kazande, Mrs. Fiona Wall, Mrs. Brenda Akia, and so many others. We are grateful of our partnership in Uganda with the women human rights defenders at the end of their work. We have supported them this year through the dissemination of the safety and security guidelines for women human rights defenders in Uganda, developed in 2021 with UN Women. Through this action, we hope to enhance the protection of WHRDs in Uganda and provide them with practical safety measures concerning online and offline specific attacks they may face. We are therefore looking forward to hear now about the current challenges faced by women human rights defenders and the recommendations that came out of it through the next strategic plan of Women Human Rights Defenders Network for 2024-2029, focusing on ensuring a safe and secure work environment for women human rights defenders, among others. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind remarks. Thank you very much for the kind remarks that you have made in your capacity, but also on behalf of the ambassador, the French ambassador to Uganda, who was unable to be with us. And please send him our greetings on this day. I'm going to invite the media team to play us a video from the UN rapporteur for women human rights defenders. Yes. Human Yes, so let's watch that video as we get into our next submissions. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, I am sorry I can't be with you in person to celebrate International Women Human Rights Defenders Day and join you in launching your strategic plan for the next 5 years. I did want to send a video through to express my support for your work and to pay tribute to the role of Brenda in driving the network forward and to recognise the valuable contributions of all of the members which give the network strength. In these increasingly fractious times, it is clear that we cannot rely on governments for consistent and impartial support for the work of human rights defenders. And this is one of the reasons why I believe that networks, such as the Ugandan WHRD network, are instrumental in protecting and sustaining human rights work in countries and regions. This way, you rely on yourselves and your supporters, you who share experiences, commitments, and a largeness of heart, and who understand what it is like to be at risk because of your belief in universal human rights. I have often thought of Martin Luther King's word in this context when he said, "Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war." And I know the circumstances you face are not easy. Speaking of my mandate in 2020, I have written 10 times to the government of Uganda, voicing my concern over the targeting of human rights defenders working to protect the environment, of LGBTI defenders, and of civil society organizations more generally. Sadly, not one of these cases has received a response from the Ugandan government. But this will not deter me, as I know it won't deter you. As you embark on your next strategic plan, I invite you to work more closely with my mandate. I am committed to trying to do more on behalf of human rights defenders in Africa, because you have been historically underrepresented by the human rights defender mandate when compared with defenders in other world regions. I can, however, only do this with your support. I need you to send me information about cases where human rights defenders in Uganda have been subjected to violations because of their human rights work. More specifically, I would really appreciate more information on cases of women human rights defenders who are at risk, because we receive so few cases on women defenders from the region. Please do get in touch. Send cases to me and request meetings with me or the team. And you can do all this through my website, which is www.srdefenders.org. My team had an information session with Brenda and a number of others earlier this year on how to access the mandate. And if the network would like another one of these sessions, wish you every success with your launch and with the next 5 years of your new plan. Thank you very much.
And a big thank you. Let's give another hand clap to the submissions that are very unique to our celebration today as Ugandan women human rights defenders. And we're going to take a very short break. And in this short break, I would like you to turn to your neighbor. Okay? So find a neighbor and then smile at your neighbors. So just get one. You need to identify just one neighbor. Okay? Okay. So that was just part 1 of the instruction. So you need to wait for part 2. Okay? So part one of the instruction was find one neighbor and smile at them. If you're in an awkward situation where you're only 3, then yeah, it's okay, you can be 3, smiling at each other. And then I would like you to each share with each other one defender that you would like to deeply celebrate today. Okay, so just one defender, and it could be an individual defender or it could be a community of women human rights defenders who are doing specific work that you would like to especially celebrate on this day. Okay, so we're going to have 1 minute to do that. So turn back at your neighbor and continue smiling. Okay.
Okay, good morning. A diplomatic corps from the different embassies, EU, the board of the network, members from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, but also the ones from Equal Opportunities Commission, the WHRDs who are here, who are doing great work. Good morning. My name is Dr. David Sekamate. I work with Uganda Management Institute, UMI. And I'm a consultant monitoring and evaluation, but also a strategic management. I do a lot of research on gender issues and women issues, and I've supported quite a number of women organizations in Uganda. So I'm happy to get the opportunity as well to support the Women Human Rights Defenders Network Uganda. And also thank you for the great work that you're doing. I was able to learn quite a lot about the work that you do, and we're so happy to have supported you in the development of this strategic plan. We are quite a big team. Unfortunately, my colleagues are not here. They're quite engaged. And then the only lady that I was supposed to come with had a sick child, and so could not be able to be here. But nevertheless, I'm here, and I would like to present to you. I just want to, first of all, maybe thank all of you that participated in this process. The board supported us a lot throughout the entire process. I want to thank all the women HRDs we met from the different areas, and I was happy to see some of them here today that we met through the consultations. I also want to thank Brenda, the ED, for the support. She has been with us all through, every time giving us information. So I would like to thank you and your team at the Secretariat for the great work that you have actually done throughout this. Next. Right, so this is the strategic plan 2024 to 2028. And it's a strategic plan that will give strategic direction for the entire period of 5 years. It is basically responding to focus towards consolidating efforts of all of you and other defenders out there, the women human rights defenders across the country that are here. So this plan follows a number of successes that you've registered in ensuring safe and secure environment for the WHRDs, which also takes cognizance of the prevailing challenges and constraints that you actually face as you execute your work. So this particular strategic plan has been informed by a number of things. Number one, we engaged, of course, we were engaged as consultants to support the review. So we had an inception meeting and also looked at a number of documents that the organization supplied us, and also consultations across the entire country and members, including consultations with WHRDs across, including the Batwa. We also met them as well. We also did consultations with the board. We did consultations with the staff, but also partners. So again, we engaged with several partners that the network actually works with. I remember also we talked to a few donors as well that were available to actually talk to us. So from all these consultations and the review of the documents, and also looking at documents by Government of Uganda, the National Development Plan 3, we also looked at UN documents as well. We managed to be able to consolidate the information and have come up with this document. Right, so when you are developing a strategic plan, you have to first review the current one, to be able to look at what you have achieved in terms of strategic objectives, the challenges that they faced, but also looking at you know, a number of other things that are very, very important to help you be able to think about the next period. So we reviewed the other strategic plan, and we looked at the documents, the reports, annual reports and quarter reports, but also talked to people, asking them about what their views are around the performance of the strategic plan, which is ending. So these are just a few that we could actually pick out for this presentation. There was capacity building, which was provided to 574 WHRDs, but also other actors like the media and other people that actually they work with on self-care and wellness, safety and protection. We also discovered that there were a number of materials which were developed that provide knowledge, skills, and tips on safety and security, referrals for WHRDs and others. We also discovered that the organization effectively supported WHRDs with ICT training and use of digital gadgets like phones for safety and protection. They also supported the creation of 11 sub-regional WHRDs networks, and I think you've seen many of them when they were recording, for mutual support among so many of these. They engaged regional focal persons and members of the thematic action groups, you saw them here, to reflect on their experiences and roles, but also supported more than 150 WHRDs to access self-care and wellness services, as well as emotional well-being services. They created awareness and knowledge among WHRDs and other actors on the potential threats, attacks, but also security, which was really very important, and created the rapid protection networks at national and regional levels to promote protection of at-risk WHRDs. So for that particular objective, those are the key achievements that we can be able to highlight in this presentation. Next. For the next objective, which was focusing on advocacy and policy influencing and networking, we discovered that the organization of the network generated data and statistics on attacks, on threats, and needs of women defenders throughout the system of registry of attacks. We also discovered that they fostered a higher level of recognition and awareness about challenges and importance of the work that WHRDs actually do in the country. They also provided a gender analysis to the Human Rights Defenders Protection Bill 2022, and also presented on situation of WHRDs during the 5th session of the Human Rights Council at Uganda's 3rd Universal Peer Review and at the SEDA NGO meeting for Uganda. We also discovered that for this objective, they provided capacity building to members of the network on advocacy at national and international levels on issues of human rights and UN Declaration for Human Rights Defenders. And they ably presented in various national and international trainings, conferences, and meetings related to women movement, human rights violence against women, and others. For this objective, we also discovered that the network contributed to advocacy effort for enactment of laws for the protection of human rights defenders in Uganda at various national and regional meetings and events, and specifically engaging the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, which has been very key, as well as other parliamentarians. They also had and participated in annual events at national and international levels to commemorate International Day for the Women Human Rights Defenders. I think today is also another that they are actually commemorating. They have also engaged and networked with other human rights organizations, the UN agencies, and other national actors on women and human rights in the entire country, but also including Parliament and relevant government ministries. Our media has been engaged as a way of gaining visibility, and indeed the network, that is an achievement that you need to clap for yourselves. You have really created a lot of visibility in the last few years. You also engaged and worked with security agencies like the Uganda Police Force, the Equal Opportunities Commission, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, but also local governments to support women HRDs across the regions in the country. And we discovered that you have reached out in the past strategic plan to 8,364 people through social media. That is a huge reach out that you need to celebrate as well. Now for strategic objective 3, which focused on provision of feminist protection and emergency response services, we discovered that you provided protection support and enhanced access to emergency response services to WHRDs through referrals and hotline. That was really a big achievement. You provided capacity building on protection mechanisms and violence to more than 100 WHRDs across all regions. But also very important, you documented 183 incidents of violations of WHRD's rights and offered referral services to many of these for support. That was another achievement. You also conducted solidarity visits to more than 100 WHRDs in danger of their physical and emotional well-being, and supported 77 WHRDs with COVID-19 relief support. That was quite a difficult period for many WHRDs, and so they were really very happy with the kind of support the organization provided. Also supported WHRDs against physical and emotional trauma, especially in conflict areas like Kasese, Bundibujo, Northern Uganda, Karamoja, etc. We talked to many of the people from there, and they were actually very happy with the kind of support that the network actually accorded them. Promoted efforts for protection that value intersectional gender perspectives, ensuring solidarity and collective indigenous voices among WHRDs. Next. Right, so these have been achievements on each of the objectives. I now want to briefly highlight the key challenges that we were able to get from the interactions, but also the documents. One was the protection challenges. WHRDs tend to minimize the impact of gender-based discrimination, both in their struggle and their own lives. Now, that's a challenge in a way that actually, as they are doing this kind of work, they find themselves facing threats from the people that they actually, the victims, the perpetrators, because they are trying to support the victims in this way. Then the shrinking space, civic space, that possesses threats to fundamental freedom of association, expression, speech, and assembly. And I think this is visible in our own country, all over the media and everywhere. WHRDs also face challenges in prioritizing self-care, and yet it is important in order to strengthen actually their struggle. So that is also a challenge that they face. Then lack of recognition of both the work of WHRDs, but also the violence that they face. Patriarchal communities discourage WHRDs from doing human rights work, and we saw it in different places when they were telling us many of the stories of how clan leaders and leaders of, the traditional leaders are not supporting them actually, but rather because of the patriarchal, they don't allow them to speak out. Then increasing demands from WHRDs beyond the capacity of the network in terms of financial and human resources. That's also a challenge that we also identified. Next. Now, we want now to think about the next 5 years. And so we have what we call strategic positioning. So you look at the achievements, you look at the challenges, and also look at the SWOT, the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities and threats, and then you try to think ahead to see how do you position yourself. So WHRD network in Uganda embraces the opportunities that come with the Global Sustainable Development Goals 2030 Agenda, the African Union Agenda 2063, the East African Community Vision 2050 and the Uganda Vision 2040. Of course, we are an NGO, but we must position ourselves within those frameworks because we really contribute to these frameworks. So it specifically makes a contribution to SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 3 on good health and well-being, where the network aims at ensuring good health and well-being of WHRDs. It also makes a contribution on SDG 10 on reducing inequality and anchors into the National Development Plan 3 and specifically the program of Human Capital Development Program, where the focus is also put on training of WHRDs, trainers, in order to be able to build capacity of others in advocacy. So from that positioning and all the reviews and the consultations, we now come to the strategic direction. And the strategic direction is the vision, the mission, the values, and also the strategic objectives that I am going to present shortly. So from the consultations, this is what you have all agreed to. In terms of the vision, you want to envision a society that protects the right to defend rights and autonomy of women's human rights defenders. That is something that you all agreed that you actually want to do. And the goal will be a safe and secure work environment for WHDs are ensured. The mission, therefore, or your business is going to be ensure a safe and secure work environment for WHRDs to increase the quality and quantity of their work through capacity building for protection, self-protection and safety, advocacy and networking, and provide holistic feminist protection and emergency response services to tackle the violence faced by WHRDs. So that is the mission or the business that you will be into for the next 5 years. Now, for this vision and mission and the goal to be achieved, you must have core values. So these are the core values from the consultations, and also the board agreed upon this. One is integrity and accountability. So the network for the next 5 years commits to being accountable for the effectiveness of our actions and open in our judgment and communication with others. So that will be a value that everyone in the network will have to promote in the next 5 years. The next one is intersectionality, and therefore you are committing yourself to promote and respect the aspect of equality, of diversity, and of inclusion. So those are very, very important aspects of intersectionality. Then the third one is feminist approach. This approach acknowledges that violence connected to human rights defense work is closely related and influenced by gender discrimination that they experience. Therefore, the network is committed to addressing patriarchal behaviors that perpetrate gender discrimination and attack against women's human rights defenders. So that is another very important. So those are three values, core values, will guide the work of the network in the next 5 years. Now I want to go into the gist of the matter, the strategic objectives. So these are the strategic objectives that you've agreed to pursue for the next 5 years. One is to enhance the delivery of feminist protection and emergency response, self-care and healing, and capacity services to women human rights defenders facing imminent threats. The second one is to enhance advocacy and networking to amplify the work of WHRDs and address issues that affect your safety and work. The third objective, strategic objective, is to provide a gender analysis of the violence facing WHRDs in Uganda through research, a system of monitoring and registry, and strategic communication on attacks against WHRDs. And the fourth one is to improve Can you go back a bit? The fourth one is to improve the organizational efficiency and effectiveness of the WHRD network in Uganda. So these 4 strategic objectives will guide the work, all the activities and the work and the interventions that you are actually going to be undertaking in the next 5 years. And therefore, in the next few slides, I talk briefly about the strategic actions that under each of these strategic objectives. So for strategic objective 1, which is focusing on delivery of feminist protection and emergence, you want to strengthen capacity of the network to deliver feminist protection and emergence response services for WHRDs facing imminent threats and attacks in a timely and effective way. You also want to increase the capacity of WHRDs to detect, to mitigate, and respond appropriately to issues that undermine the safety and work of the women HRDs. Then you also want to increase the capacity of the network to promote self-care and healing among WHRDs at all levels. On advocacy networking, you want to increase policy advocacy engagement with different stakeholders to improve the safety and work of women HRDs. You want to improve coordination, networking, and collaboration amongst members and the stakeholders at all levels, national, regional, and international levels, with like-minded entities on the issues affecting. So there will be a lot of networking and being able to get to a number of so many other people. Then, of course, increase the visibility of the work of WHRDN, Uganda, and its members, and support from other stakeholders. Strategic Objective 3, which is focusing on gender analysis of violence. You want to come up with research and conduct research, documentation and learning on the feminist issues that are affecting the safety and work of WHRDs. You will also have improved systems and practice of monitoring and registration of violence facing WHRDs, but also strengthen communication and feedback mechanisms on attacks against WHRDs. And the last one, the last objective, which focuses on the organization as an organization, we will look at strengthened capacity of the network for institutional governance and management to deliver its mandate. So there will be a lot of initiatives to strengthen the secretariat, to strengthen the board and their role, but also looking at the management and administration and governance systems at the secretariat. Then, of course, the other one is enhanced fundraising and resource mobilization for sustainable delivery of the intervention. So a lot of, again, I'm happy that the donors are here for that particular objective, and that strategic action have to support on that. Now, this is the projection in terms of finances and expenditure for each of the strategic objectives. It's in dollars and distributed per year, and the total expenditure expected for the 5 years is going to be $1,053,087 US dollars. So it's quoted in US dollars, but can be converted in other major currencies like euro, any other currency. But we make some assumptions here from the economic analysis point of view. Of course, we assume that the inflation rate will not go high, and also that there will be timely release of funds, but also development of resource mobilization strategy to be able to mobilize this amount of money. It's quite an amount that needs a lot of work to be done. Now, in terms of institutional arrangement, of course, we already have the board in place, a very vibrant board, yes, very vibrant board, and we expect that in the next 5 years, it will be strengthened more to do a lot of more work. We have a vibrant executive director, Brenda, and so, yes. And of course, a vibrant secretariat, which is doing a lot of management. And then, of course, other staff as actually the program would be. And then, of course, we want to definitely celebrate our achievements as we actually continue implementing. And also, we've also provided some sustainability arrangements within the strategic plan document itself and issues of performance management. Now, as consultants, we are proposing in the strategic plan that the board and the secretariat will think about cascading this strategic plan. For a few organizations that we've supported, we always encourage them to cascade. Sometimes when you develop this strategic plan and you put it there and you don't cascade it to lower levels of the organization, it remains a big lion, remains a big elephant. And so we always talk about cascading, and we are available to support the process where you need us to cascade the strategic plan to the lower levels within the organization, but also within the network, so that even up to the staff level, everyone knows what they are doing to contribute to the strategic plan. So that is something that we are actually proposing that you need to do. And then, of course, collaborations and partnerships, which are very, very key in the implementation of this. We provide a communication plan in brief. That, of course, throughout the implementation of the strategic plan, there will be production of communication products, which should be able to be done quarterly. That may also mean that you might actually require somebody to be in charge of this, to be able to do that work. Develop a communication strategy for the network. Disseminate statements on WHRDs related to protection of these, aimed at states, national, and international, which you can do annually if you can. And then information monitoring related to context and situation. So keeping on monitoring the information and the, of what is happening in the context is very important. Then by annual evaluation of the impact of the strategic communication process, and then social media engagement. You saw one of the achievements, you were able to reach out to so many, 8,000 plus. So you need to continue engaging on social media, because today's society is of young people, and social media is their thing. So engaging them is that. Now, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we have a theory of change that illustrates the impact, the outcomes, the outputs, and the inputs, but also the assumptions under each of these different levels. So in terms of impact, we see a society where fundamental human rights are upheld and respected, and therefore our work is contributing to that. Our work is contributing to the broader impact. And the outcomes, we have enhanced delivery of feminist protection and emergency response. I'm sorry about the colors, they are not friendly. Self-care and healing, and capacity services to women HRDs. The next one is going to be enhanced advocacy and networking to amplify the work of WHRDs and address issues that affect their safety and work. Then we have one on gender analysis of violence. These outcomes are coming from our strategic objectives. And then improved organizational efficiency and effectiveness. So we have a number of outputs that we have actually come up with. Emergency services for WHRDs promoted, self-care, collective care, well-being, and healing interventions implemented, and capacity building on protection undertaken. Then for the second one, policy advocacy and networking meetings organized and attended, visibility of the work enhanced, partnerships and collaborations established among members and other actors. Then the other one, the third one, which is focusing on gender analysis, we expect research on WHRD's work undertaken and the findings disseminated, a robust M&D system established and implemented, the registry enhanced, communication and PR strategy developed and also implemented. And then, of course, the last one, which is for the organizational effectiveness, we want to see competent staff, management and systems. We want to see governance structures supported. We want to see holistic security policy developed because it's important. And then command systems, HRD plan, and also research management plan developed. Then governance documents developed, the policies and others that require to be renewed and improved. So in terms of inputs, of course, human resources, finance, equipment, and so many other materials that they may actually require. We have a comprehensive M&E framework in the document that actually has been developed with clear indicators and performance, outcomes and all this. So you will be able to see it in the detailed document that we have actually given. I thank you for listening to me and all the best for the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. And the assumption is that there were robust consultations that were done, and there was also a session where you adopted this strategic plan. So we will not open it up for questions to the consultant because we will be launching this document today. But before we move to the next item on the agenda, please allow me to recognize the presence of Director Ruth Sechindi from the Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much for joining us. Also joining us from the Human Rights Commission is Ms. Priscilla. Thank you very much for gracing this event. In our presence, we are also honored to have the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission, Honorable Safia Nalule, joining us, and we are grateful for your presence. And you arrive at the perfect time because we are going straight into your submissions. And so at this point, I will invite the chairperson, Okay, so I have been guided and I have been told that it would be nice to have questions on the strategic plan before we go into the remarks. So in the event that there's anyone from the audience or from our partners who would like to ask a question, I'm going to only take one round of questions because of the time aspect. So if you have a question, either written or envisaged, so envisaged means that it might come in the process of other people asking, please put up your hand so that we have one round of questions. Okay? Okay, so we have just one hand right there, and we will let you, I hope your voice is loud enough for us to hear. Thank you very much. And because that was the only hand, and then two have crept up. Okay, let me just see your hand. So we have one hand, and then we have 2, 3, and 4, and then we are done. Okay, so yes, please. I'd like to ask someone from the Secretariat to please move around with the other microphone.
Right. Is there another hand or?
Could we just take this?
Okay.
Yes, in the
Great.
interest of...
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to answer the first question, which was on what measures are there to ensure that the successes and impact of the strategic plan are measured. So first of all, we have come up with a comprehensive M&E framework. And that comprehensive M&E framework clarifies clear the indicators that are supposed to actually be measured to ensure that we can be able to report on the strategic plan. So that is one way, but the other thing we are also proposing that the board and the secretariat strengthens the M&E unit at the network. So time is going to come when they need to actually employ M&E staff, and also to ensure that they put in place an M&E system that should be able to, routinely and periodically be able to capture data on whatever achievements and successes, but also challenges that are being, experienced. So we assume that once that is there should be, periodical way of measuring success. But also, in the strategic plan, one of the activities is to conduct a mid-term review of the strategic plan and also an inline review of the strategic plan. So we expect that through those, we shall also be able to measure impact and success of the SP. Now, in terms of budget allocations are not for the groups. They are for the strategic objectives and the activities. So these projections that we've given here, again, the Secretariat will sit together with the board and be able to come up with operational budgets. These are broad budgets, so they will come up with operational budgets every year that would actually be able to reflect how much goes into the activities, ensuring that objectives are all covered within the strategic plan. So I think that all groups will definitely be able to participate in these activities and benefit from the budget. Now, the protection safety concerns, definitely there is a full strategic objective on that. And there are quite a number of strategic actions that are in my presentation, but also in the entire strategic plan. These were just a few I highlighted. There are quite so many in the strategic plan. So I call upon you to read the strategic plan and you'll be able to see all these details. You will be able to see that there is a full objective on the protection and security concerns of WHRGs as they do their work. I don't know whether I've answered all the questions. Maybe Brenda.
Women Human Rights Defenders, oh yeah. Together we are. Thank you. Thank you for looking smart, interested and engaged. Okay, so I just want to add on to a question that probably I felt like we didn't get it right. As someone was asking about clarifying, can you clarify the budget allocation for the different aspects of the strategic plan? Now, when you look at the strategic plan, the budget allocation actually details, it provides details and encompasses things like program development, capacity building, advocacy efforts, monitoring and evaluation components, including institutional strengthening in the strategic plan. And the other success, I think this is where we are also going in terms of the question one asked. I don't remember who that was. Was that Olga? In terms of the measures that we are going to take place to really achieve our success and impact in the strategic plan, we are thinking that success and impact will be measured through what Doctor has mentioned. But we have very robust key performance indicators, but also this time around we are going to get feedback from key stakeholders in terms of how we are performing, and then we are going to be having regular reviews. And Sylvia from West Nile, you are worried about, your concern was about addressing potential security concerns for women human rights defenders in the strategic plan. This is something we are taking on also seriously. We are saying addressing such concerns involves implementing what we are terming in the strategic plan as security protocols But then also we are going to be providing trainings both in digital security training, physical security management trainings, but also collaborating with relevant stakeholders. We have quite stakeholders who are very good in that area. We have Human Rights Network for Journalists, for example. We have the National Coalition for Human Rights Defenders. We have Defend Defenders, Urgent Action Funds for Women. So we think also cultivating relationships with those stakeholders will help us to address the security concerns of women human rights defenders. And of course, we are thinking of working with authorities and government agencies. That's why we have the Uganda Human Rights Commission with us today, and we have the Equal Opportunities Commission. And we think through all those strategies, we'll be able to address the security concerns for women human rights defenders.
Thank you very much, Brenda. We also have a piece of clarity from Pamela.
Thank you, members. There is something that I wanted also to clarify today, that the network does not fund network members, does not finance. There's no transfer of resources. And this should be clear that the network is for you. It's supposed to strengthen your capacity from wherever you're seated, strengthening the aspect of your voice, your leadership as a woman human rights defender. And also, more importantly, the network is supposed to protect you. You know, your safety, security, protection concern is for it. Please clap for yourself. So you have been secured in terms of self-care, support, protection, security, your digital knowledge, your voice, your level of accountability. But the network does not finance or fund members. I hope that is clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope that that is clarity for us in regard to some of the questions that we asked the consultant. So at this point, I'd like to welcome the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission, Honorable Safia Nalule, to give us her remarks. Thank you very much.
I first of all apologize, my voice is bad, but because of my commitment to human rights, women human rights defenders, let me say whatever I can say. My name is Ajat Safia Nalule Juko, former member of parliament for the last 15 years, chairperson of Human Rights Committee and founder member, chairperson of Equal Opportunities Committee of Parliament, and a member of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget, and I was also a commissioner of Parliament. Now I stand here as a person appointed by His Excellency the President as the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission. I'd like to thank you for inviting me. I'd like, secondly, to thank you for keeping the fire burning. What do I mean? At some point, the women's movement had actually gone to slumber, but when I see you are standing in to defend human rights as women, actually, I just ask you to keep the fire burning. I would like to thank you as human rights defenders for enduring the hardships you are going through. It is not easy. One time, a section of you visited the Equal Opportunities Commission, and you shared with us what you are going through. It is really hard and tough, but thank you for enduring. I'd like to thank the board and Kugonza. She's very dynamic. I used to work with her in Parliament to push very hard issues. But thank you, Brenda, for keeping that strong. There's one person I don't see from Parliament. Whopper Sandra, where is Sandra? Sandra can even call you at night, you know, come to the meeting. I thank you, Sandra. For this strategic plan, I was happy to see that you managed to relate the strategic concerns, the international planning frameworks, like the Sustainable Development Goals, and also to relate it to the national development processes, like the National Development Plan 3. I think that is very good. But now I'd like to alert you, tomorrow at 2 p.m., we have a meeting organized by the National Planning Authority. We are going to look at the strategic direction of the NDP4. So you need to maybe update your plan with what the strategies we are going to come up with in NDP4. I'd like also to strengthen your hearts. When I was still member of Parliament, we domesticated the international law against torture. And we have now a Ugandan law against torture. One of the provisions I remember was providing for, is it vicarious liability? To individual liability? So nobody should actually torture you, claiming that some powers above there are actually the ones sent him to torture you. You should report those people. The consultant said, we are living in a digital world. There's nothing which something can happen now in Brazil, and in a second, Ugandans know what has happened in Brazil. I think what the network need to do is to provide the appropriate gadgets to the women human rights defenders so that you know the thing can go viral within a second. The other thing I would like to end up with is the right. I would like to call upon you to vehemently defend the rights to economic empowerment. You cannot be strong to defend rights when your pocket is not good. When your child, you cannot take your child to hospital. When you cannot take your child, to school. Kindly put the right to economic empowerment at the forefront. And lastly, I would like to actually confirm to you that the Equal Opportunities Commission, the doors are open. Whenever you want to work with us, we will always welcome you. And please, as we speak now, the country is also undergoing through the budgeting process. I don't know, Brenda, if these ladies know that Uganda, I think, is second to South Africa for having the most transparent and involving budgeting process. You must ensure that you participate in the village budget conferences and the levels up. If you don't get your issues into the national budget, then you must know that the whole year is gone. For me, I think as a human rights defender, a woman's human rights defender, you know very well that when we're enacting the Public Finance Management Act, I innovated an idea that no budget of any entity of government will ever be passed by Parliament, not until it is accompanied by a certificate of gender and equity compliance. What that means, it has been an eye-opener, and that innovation has been the first of its kind in the whole world. A number of good provisions have been on the laws on affirmative action, but they remained on paper. No single agency, not all agencies of government ever knew that they have to plan for all categories of people, women, persons with disabilities, and so on. But now their budgets cannot be passed until they have provided for specific measures to equalize the opportunities for women, men, persons with disabilities, and other groups. And the Equal Opportunities Commission is the agency, the sole agency of government which does the assessment for gender and equity sensitivity. So kindly work with us to ensure that the concerns of all categories of people are included in the national budget, and thus they can be implemented. I thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Safia, for your kind remarks, but also for the reminders, because at times we go about our work and are unaware of the existing provisions that make the work that we do more direct, but also gives it more meaning. And so at this time, I'm going to invite from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Director Ruth Sechindi, to give her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies, and the few gentlemen in the room. It's a good. I think I see one, and he can't even answer. It's a pleasure to see you. My name is Ruth Sekindi. I work with the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and I'm standing in for the chairperson of the commission. And it's such a pleasure to see the human rights defenders. And the good news is it's a younger generation. Back in the days, the champions of human rights defense, we used to call them the Beijing women. And these Beijing women, the likes of Maria Matembe, Beatrice Kiraso, which other name? Winnie Kiza, were very powerful women, and they moved the women movement in this country. And we celebrate them, just like we are going to celebrate you, and we celebrate many other women. As women, we keep fighting and elbowing each other, but there is enough space for all of us. And as a Human Rights Commission, we have the mandate of protecting and promoting human rights. And for us, the good news is 70% of us are women. So when we hear issues of human rights, women human rights defenders, we are keen on this. So for us, we pledge our role in protecting and promoting the rights of all, and in this case, the rights of women human rights defenders. Under the Constitution, we have a huge mandate. It is the institution with the biggest mandate, the biggest mandate for any constitutional body, and it has mass powers: receive and investigate complaints on human rights violation, monitor the situation of human rights in the country. In fact, we in the 2021 report, we wrote about the situation of human rights defenders, the threats that human rights defenders continue to face. Just because you're a woman, you challenge the status quo. Because you're a woman, who are you to question? Your place is in the kitchen. Why then do you have to ask certain questions? Just because you're a woman, you shouldn't be in certain spaces. And so, as human rights defenders, we defy the odds. In 2017, I was blessed to have been awarded by the Uganda Law Society as one of the best human rights defenders of the year. So I hold that award. You might as well give me a clap. And the people who celebrated me the most were fellow women who were like, yes, we rally behind you. We as women need to support each other. We are the champions of each other. We are the cheerleaders of each other, and that's what we need. So I really, really thank I thank you for the work you have done, and I am happy to be part of this, and I actually thank the Women Human Rights Defenders Network for organizing this. And I can see the enthusiasm in the room. I can see the love and care in the room. Please keep that up. And as a Human Rights Commission, I just want to retaliate our commitment to the cause. We have a Human Rights Defenders Desk headed by Ms. Priscilla Nyarugoye, And because of that, we investigate complaints on human rights, for human rights defenders. And we are also behind the drafting of the Human Rights Defenders Bill, which so far has failed to make it into making it a law. Thank you so much for having us. We look forward to further discussion.
Thank you very much for your kind remarks. And at this time, we are going to go into the launch of the strategic plan. And joining us for the launch of the strategic plan, I would like to invite. Just give me a minute. Okay, so we're going to go into the launch of the strategic plan, and I am going to invite members to join us for the launch. And in no particular order, I would like to invite members of the board present, and I'll just go through the list and then I will invite you so that you are aware. So members of the board present shall be here. Also invited Honorable Safia to be part of the launch of the strategic plan. Director Ruth, you are also invited to join the team that will be launching the strategic plan. We also have allies, and part of the allies that we have present include HIRAF, so we will invite a representative from HIRAF, a representative from ACTV, a representative from the Human Rights Network for Journalists to come and join us. And then I know that we have heads of the different regional, not the regionals, the strategic working groups, okay? So if you are head of a working group, please join us. So we will start with the heads of the working group so that I can arrange you, okay? So if you're, okay. Oh, okay, I've been told that we have selected participants. So if you know you are selected, please join us. Please join us. Let's first get the others. So if you're one of the selected participants, please join us and just stand on the sides, okay? Robert from the Human Rights Network. And also invite ACTV present. Yes, ACTV please. And then Hira, please join us. Then a representative from the National Coalition for Human Rights Defenders. Please join us, and thank you for coming to stand with us in solidarity, because I know that you're also having celebrations somewhere, but thank you for joining us today. And then I would like to invite the board. Yes, the ones online by default. Okay. Yes, you will come last, yes. So the board members, please come. I'm going to ask that you extend a little bit. Okay. So we are getting quite many. So if you are not part of the selected members, please desist from joining us here. Okay. And then I would like to invite Director Ruth. So Director Ruth is going to, I think you should pass this side so that you come to the front. Okay. So Director Ruth to the front. And I know that we have a ribbon and there's only one scissor. Okay. So the ribbon shall be cut jointly by Honorable Safia Nalule and our sister and board treasurer, Pamela. Honorable Safia, is it possible for you to stand on the other side? Okay, so we are going to do a countdown, and remember we had our... And we are going to count down from 3. And when we reach number 1, we will ululate, and then we'll have the music, okay? So together, let's count down. 3, 2, 1.
Yo Yoleng mano kara kara. Yoleng. Yoleng mano wara wara. Lubaraka yaba yo ngara loro peya. Uyaba yo. Lubaraka oro lwen ngara loro peya. Oro lwen yoma. Lubaraka yaba yo ngara loro peya. Uyaba yo. Lubaraka oro lwen ngara loro peya. Oro lwen yoma. Na mera we perengen. Yoleng.
We are going to go into our panel discussion, but before we do, the board treasurer, Ms. Pamela Angwech, would like to say a few remarks.
Honorable Chair, we still remember you while you were in Parliament, and that continues. Let's clap for her. She's a woman that has really given me a lot of strength each time I see her. Let's clap for her again. The Equal Opportunity Commission within your mandate, and also Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much. Our greatest partners. I have just one comment, not to delay you, and this is on behalf of women human rights defenders, who are people with disability. I think you've seen a lot of them today here. The problem we have is on access. I have seen Equal Opportunity Commission regulating some of the government ministries, including budgets, giving them certificate, flagging them off. How can we get into private sector and every entity before a building is approved. I was in Addis discussing SDG 11, and we had 7 new districts that has been now on board, including Gulu City, but nothing implemented on access for people with disability, including their movement. Madam, I respect your speed. I wanted an amplified steps by equal opportunity to regulate places, hotels, hospital, schools, offices. If you go to district, you cannot access. Some of the courts are on storied building. And you find that the people with disability with their cases, 6 years, you're coming to court and the judge and the lawyer who should have been informed of even taking the case down will tell you your case is later because you cannot access the building. I personally move around certain hotels here in Kampala just to make them inclusive and user-friendly. Because sometimes people with disability, even in workshop, you see they separate them and they eat somewhere else because they cannot access the mainstream. Mama, that is your position. What can we do to regulate and make inclusive infrastructures and where we need service delivery? Even in hospital. A nurse is trying to ask a woman with disability, why did you even get pregnant? And telling you are very stubborn for getting pregnant and having children, yet you cannot climb the delivery bed. We have these cases documented. For how long can we continue like this? So I know the Human Rights Commission is listening. It could even be other area of research, but I thought you cannot go before I say this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Honorable Safia would like to comment and then also give us her parting remark.
Brenda, Pamela, thank you very much. You are speaking at the center of my heart. And before I left Parliament, we enacted a law, the Building Control Act. You know, Ugandans are not bad people. When I left university and I started agitating for the rights of persons with disabilities, especially on access, people started constructing ramps. I think that was the first thing. But we realized that even the ramps were not accessible. Sometimes they could be so steep that the surface could be so slippery, all those things. So we went to Parliament and we enacted a law, the Building Control Act. Human rights defenders, I urge you to read the so many laws we have enacted. So many good laws in Uganda. When you read the Building Control Act, what we endeavored to do was to put standards. That, if it's a ramp, it must be this width, it must be this, So you read the Building Control Act. And everybody here can know me. Actually, you know me. Even when I was a politician, I didn't want to, to talk about things which are not practical. But let me tell you, if you are a leader at any level, you must support government efforts. If, for example, I was a member of Parliament and we worked out a law, you as a leader, ask yourself, what have you done to ensure that this law has been implemented? This government has been so good, and I was meeting His Excellency the other day. I always tell him that he is the only head of state leading a nation where there is massive representation of special interest groups. Go to any other country in the world, you will not find disabled people in governance structures. Go to any country in the world, you will not find women and governance structures. But ask yourself, what have you done? If the law has been enacted, what have you done at your local government to ensure that this law has been implemented? So, Pamela, I challenge you, and I challenge the leaders at the local government to make sure that, they work out on this one. When I was still at Parliament, I've just told you, I didn't stop at that. I realized that there were so many laws, so many good policies, so many good programs which were not implemented. And I was asking myself, why? When I had just finished university, I was a councillor at Kampala City Council. But we were working under committees. Under the Committee of Education, I started asking, where is the budget for the education of children with disabilities? They told me, go to Social Services Committee. I asked that question you are asking because I'm a mother. Where under Committee of Health, where is the budget for the accessible labor beds for mothers with disabilities? They told me, go to Social Services. I told them, you are doing it wrong. If I'm asking about a health issue, whether it is for a woman, whether it is a man, when it is a person with disability, it must be planned for and budgeted for under the Committee of Health. If I'm asking something to do with education of whoever, it must be planned for and budgeted for under the Education Department. So they told me, you've got Minister of Finance, that's where the votes originate. Then I decided myself that I'm in the wrong place. I'm a daughter of a businessman. I know if you don't have money, very little you will do. So I decided to go to Parliament because that's where the budget is appropriated. And my agenda when I went to Parliament was to get money to implement the issues of women, persons with disability, and other people. And I did it. Under the Public Finance Management Act, I think it is Article 9(6), it provides that all entities must provide for measures, specific measures, to equalize the opportunities for women, men, persons with disability, and other groups. What else do you want me to do? Now I'm at a commission where we do the assessment. Ugandans, let me tell you, even if it is Uganda, Equal Opportunities Commission, doing the assessment, kindly come to Equal Opportunities Commission. Right now we are developing, when I saw some agencies excusing themselves, that we don't know the gender and equity issues you are talking about. I told my people at Equal Opportunities Commission, let us get all the votes, the budget votes of whatever sector, and we make gender and equity vote specific guidelines. Now we are actually, they did what? Yesterday they were, I don't know this word, when you have done research and then, is it certifying or validation? They were validating. I couldn't go because my voice was worse yesterday. So, but we are validating. When you hear about these processes, don't wait to be invited. Go, just go. That's what I used to do. One day, the National Council for Road Safety was actually having a road safety week. I just dressed up and went. I had just finished university. Everybody in the room looked scared. Who is this? Who is this? I told them, I'm not a member of this council, but I have come to tell you the road safety concerns of persons with disability. See? Don't look for allowances if you want to achieve anything. Anyway, to crown it all, at the EOC, we have been assessing national institutions. But next financial year, we are getting money, if we are still around, we are getting money to assess local governments. So, wherever you are, you must assert yourself. Don't wait. President Obama said, if you want change, you shouldn't wait for any other person or any other time. It is you have been waiting for, and the time is now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Safia, and she leaves us with such strong words. It is you have been waiting for. Yes, but also that we must play our part at every opportunity. We are going to walk into the panel discussion, and the panel conversation we are going to be having is around sharing of experiences of government institutions and civil society organizations around the protection of women human rights defenders. And on the panel today, I would like to invite and welcome the representative from HIRAF to the panel. The representative, yes? The representative of HIRAF to the panel. Thank you very much. And HIRAF is a civil society organization, so HIRAF will be sharing their experiences from a civil society perspective. Also on the panel, do we have a representative from Chapter 4? Oh, yes. So Chapter 4, you're very much welcome. Chapter 4 is also civil society. Please join us. Chapter 4 is also a civil society organization. Also joining us on the panel is ACTV. ACTV, so I see that it's Juliet who will be joining us on behalf of ACTV. But the way the panelists are not reaching. Thank you very much. We're also going to Human Rights Network. You're very much welcome. And lastly on the panel, a representative from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. I believe that's Director Ruth Sechindi. So thank you very much. Yes, the chairs are 5. And Robert has the chair that does not have a camera angle, but I don't know, could we just push? No, for you, just push slowly. You might fall over. Okay. Am I allowed? Okay, yeah, that works well. Yes. And when we look at the panel conversation, unlike other panels, for this particular panel, and this is for guidance for the panel, but also guidance for the audience, we have 5 people on the panel, and the idea is to have each of you share for 5 minutes, okay? And your sharing for 5 minutes is really around your experience on the subject of protection of women human rights defenders, And okay, I need to wait for this exercise to be completed. For purposes of safety, excuse me, Joanne, for purposes of safety, let them first get off the panel, and then, so you people need to also move so that they come off. Otherwise, SCTV might have to, it won't be torture, but there will be an accident. We may need to use your ambulances. Okay. So thank you very much, and I'd like to re-invite the panel back to the stage. Re-invite the panel back to the stage. Let's clap for them as they come. Okay. So while the panel settles down, I don't want to say that I am privileged, because privilege sounds like a very positive word in the circumstances, but I am privileged that I am I'm a woman human rights defender who has benefited from the services of everyone on this panel. And it's not benefit of information. I've actually been a beneficiary of the service. So SCTV has come through. I know that Chapter 4 has come through. I know that the Human Rights Network for Journalists has come through. Okay, for HIRAF, I've not been a direct beneficiary of your service, but I have recommended people who have benefited from the services of HIRAF. And so for me, as I moderate this session, I am not speculating about the work that the panelists do. I know that the work that they do exists and it's real. And as a woman human rights defender out here, you may not know the work that they do, but the work they do touches all of us, either directly or indirectly. And so I hope that when we finish this panel, we will be able to understand what each of these institutions do, but some of the experiences where they have been able to come through and provide much needed support for women human rights defenders. And starting this discussion off is SCTV. And the reason I talk about SCTV is because until you have been tortured, you may never know SCTV exists. Until you are in between a rock and a hard place, you will never know. And until they come through for you, you will never know. And so as I hand the microphone over to you, one, to introduce yourself, but also to tell us what SCTV does, and then your experience. I would also like to, in a very special way, recognize someone who is not on this panel but would qualify, and that is the National Coalition for Human Rights Defenders. So thank you very much, and maybe when we are doing rejoinders, you will be the first rejoinder because I believe that you have an experience to share as well. Thank you. For the rest of us, get your questions ready.
Thank you very much. Maybe just before I introduce myself, I usually want to start on a very emotional part. I joined SCTV in 2015, November. But I can assure you my first interface with torture survivors was very scary. It was a very emotional experience. Very touching, but at the same time very strange that some of these experiences happen to such people, to people out there. I don't remember the number of times I abandoned clients in my office in the name of picking a glass of water to drink, and yet I'm only just going to cool off, maybe clean up my tears, and sort of just re-energize myself and come back and say that I am supposed to be helping and not getting emotional. It was a very difficult experience for me. But look at me, 2023, I am still here. I'm still with SCTV, serving, showing resilience as a woman. So my name is Juliet Anangu, and I work with the African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims. The acronym is SCTV. So SCTV is a treatment and rehabilitation center for survivors of torture and those who have been exposed to cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment. We have a health center within our facility. We also have a mental health department within the organization. We provide social support to survivors of torture. And then we have now a legal aid service department that provides legal help or assistance or legal aid to survivors of torture. And that is the department which I directly sit in. As she clearly indicated, that you'll never know SCTV until you are tortured, until you have experienced that nasty, that cruel, that gruesome kind of treatment that anyone within this room is potential to. Because anytime you can be a torture survivor. So look out for ACTV and be an ally of ACTV. So just maybe to just highlight on what we do, on how we help women human rights defenders. As a service provider in ACTV, I am a human rights defender. And just imagine the experiences that I've gone through as a service provider in the course of my work. It is very traumatizing. I suffer from anxieties on a daily basis because I don't know whom I'm speaking to, and I don't know who is following this person, and I don't know who next is on the lookout for me as I provide my services. I am not sure of my phone calls on a daily, so you can imagine the level of anxiety that I go through as a human rights defender. I choose to speak about me because you are me. You are human rights defenders, and I am a human rights defender. So human rights defenders experience a lot of anxiety, experience depression in the course of their work. They are exposed to sexual harassment, sexual abuse. Some of them are physically assaulted in the course of their work. And all these things cause a lot of trauma to these human rights defenders. And trauma, once you experience trauma, your day-to-day work is affected. It affects even your level of productivity in the course of your employment. And at the end of the day, most of the human rights defenders or women human rights defenders actually end up losing out on their jobs because their level of productivity is affected. So as we sit in this room and celebrate this day, it is very, very important that we look out for one another and be able to help one another overcome some of these traumatizing experiences, the anxiety, the uncertainty. So as an organization, as I indicated earlier, we have the mental health department. We have been implementing a project on increasing awareness on mental health and psychosocial well-being of human rights defenders. And women human rights defenders have directly benefited from this project. We are providing individual counseling to human rights defenders and women human rights defenders. We are also providing group psychological counseling to such people. Why? Because it's believed that, the psychologists believe that as you talk about these experiences, you're able to release these traumatizing experiences and therefore be able to heal and go back to your normal functionality and in a way better your productivity in your places of work, at home, the way you relate, you socialize, and in all aspects of your life. I will not talk about mental health in depth, but I'm a lawyer and therefore I will talk about the legal aspect. So also in the area of the law, we have tried our best as an organization to offer legal advice, especially to those who have been exposed to torture, because I can assure you they are there. And you too are a potential one. So as you stand up to fight for your rights, know that you are likely to be tortured, okay? You are likely to undergo some sort of treatment that is very cruel and gruesome on yourself. So we have given them legal advice on how best, to go through the legal processes and be able to access justice. Some of them, if we have the funds, we have been able to finance them, engage private lawyers to handle their cases. But also, some of them, now that we have a legal aid, we have registered a legal aid facility, we are now going to take on some of these cases by ourselves because we realized as an organization that many a times when we work with the network, it is true we can have a relationship with the network, make referrals to other legal aid service providers. But in most cases, it has been very difficult for the torture survivors to have a breakthrough, especially legally. Why? Because of the fear that is associated with issues of torture, the reprisals associated with torture, the scary, elements around torture. In most cases, people who are handling these cases are being followed in a way and being threatened, so they choose to abandon some of these cases. As an organization, we thought, okay, why don't we then, as an organization, register a legal aid service provider and take on these cases head on? But also the component of confidence and trust. There was a break in between there. As you interact with these clients, they get to trust you and have confidence in you. Now, when you refer them to some other organization for that other component of legal aid, they seem to, lose trust in the whole process. So it takes them longer time again to gain trust and confidence in this other organization. So that is why we opted to start a legal aid facility. And yes, that is what we do on a daily basis, really trying to empower these people, helping them, guide them, even call them, give them reminders that today your case is coming up. Are you aware? Can you just be in court on time? Really. And some of them come with issues of physical injuries. So as an organization, I said we have a healthcare facility. We treat them. We have doctors on board. We have nurses on board. We have physiotherapists on board. We treat them. But if their cases that they have been exposed to or the injuries that they suffered are very complicated, we refer them to other hospitals, say COSU, because we have memorandums of understanding with other institutions, health institutions. So we refer them to those institutions, and then they are assessed, evaluated, and treated, and the bill is sent back to ACTV, who will be able to meet that bill. So that is what we do. Our role is really to ensure that at the end of the day, this person gains back their functionality as a human rights defender, as a women human rights defender. Please. I think for now, let me end there.
Thank you very much, and especially for providing insight, because again, today's commemoration is also an opportunity for us to share information about some of the facilities and services that exist, because they are women human rights defenders who have the privilege of knowledge, and I think I'm one of them, which is why I can proudly say I am a consumer. I've been a consumer of all these services. But there is also a category that is unaware of these of this support that exists. And in regard to support, I think it would be only right and proper to bring on board HIRAF, because HIRAF has equally an element of legal aid, but also works with a community that goes against, should I say, the legal terrain in this country. Okay, so you're addressing needs of communities that the government has deemed as illegal. But also, since we are celebrating this day, the theme talks about resilience, and I know that in the past couple of months or so, or years, your resilience has been tested, especially by people who have enjoyed the services that you provide as HIRAF. So I would also like you to share on your experience around how consumers of your services could abuse this service, and that response is not just for you. I believe this service this situation could have been abused for all the other people on the panel, that we are not angels, even if we're on this side celebrating, even when we are interacting with you. Over to you. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Justin Balia, and I work with Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum in the Access to Justice program. We provide legal aid services to marginalized people, and I work with structurally marginalized, structurally excluded women in the communities, but also with the human rights defenders who work with those communities. And in the work that we do, in the field of work that we do, as she has said, you'll find that a lot of people who are women human rights defenders working with communities of women that are not considered acceptable or proper, as the bad-mannered women, yeah? A lot of times, if you're an HRD working with the bad-mannered women,
May I just stop you on bad manners? So I know there was a request that we all mention our organizations in full. So I might have missed that with you.
Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum. Right, so my experience, but also the experiences of most HRDs that we work with, HRDs who are working with the communities that we work with, especially sex workers and queer people, women who use drugs, women and health workers who come into conflict with alone abortion. A lot of times we get targeted because there is a general feeling in the community that people are sex workers because you're here to support them. If you were not here, they would stop selling sex. If you were not here getting them out of police custody, they would not have an abortion tomorrow. So there's a misplacement, I guess, of an anger that's not justified anyway onto the human rights defenders. And a lot of times they get targeted, they get attacked, they get harassed. So a lot of the work that we do is, of course, in supporting communities, but also in supporting human rights defenders working with these communities to be able to continue to do their work, to access justice, but also to ensure that they are safe, that they are well. Yeah, we have found that a lot of our work, especially over the last few months, has moved towards protection rather than just the provision of legal aid. That a lot of times a physical attack, for example, on a human rights defender requires a legal solution, but it also requires a deeper social solution to remove the human rights defender from that kind of position. So we find that we are doing quite a lot of work now in social protection, although our primary focus has always been legal aid service provision. I hesitate to say that the beneficiaries of our services abuse them. It has been my experience that things have become really, really difficult for marginalized people in Uganda, for some communities more than for others. And because the situation has become so complicated, it's harder for people to just get by, yeah? To earn maybe enough money just to put food on the table, to earn enough money to take a sick child to the hospital, to pay the rent. So if they hear that there is this support program for security emergencies, for example, a person might feel tempted to make up a security emergency for purposes of meeting all those other needs that you won't meet because they are not security emergencies. That has happened once, a few times, that's true. But I also celebrate the fact that I think as a movement we are growing out of that, and now people are able to be more honest and say, I don't have a security problem, council, but the thing is, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Yeah? And at the end of the day, I will still be as dead as if I had been attacked and beaten to death. Yeah, so the bravery, because I know that, of course, COVID-19 was very complicated for the community of sex workers, for queer people. It was very difficult for all of us. And, but during that time, we also learned to embrace, to face our challenges and call them what they are. And with the challenges we have had this year, especially for the queer community and the new laws that have come up, there has been even a braver move for people to just, to face their challenges. And like I think Honorable Safia was saying earlier, the issue of economic empowerment, it has become such a serious issue, even for human rights defenders. There is only so much that you can do on a voluntary basis out of love for your community when your own children are starving at home. There is only so much that you can achieve, that you can change if you haven't eaten in a day or two yourself. There is only so much support and emotional guidance and care and compassion you can provide when you yourself are lacking. Nobody can pour out of an empty cup, yeah? So it's, of course, the challenges for women human rights defenders in the community that I am working with have become, they grow ever more complex, yeah? They grow ever more complex because the very essence of our work is challenging everything that is normal and right and correct. As HRDs, we all work on very serious, very emotive, very incendiary issues, very difficult issues. But women HRDs working with structurally marginalized women have taken it a little step further than that, to go against what all of us have considered normal. And we've had even challenges, arguments with other human rights defenders in the same space about the work that we do, yeah? I am in extractives and that's normal, that is okay. But what you're doing, it is not right. So there's also all the emotional and psychological pressure of dealing with some of these issues. But in keeping with the theme of today, resilience, yeah? I want to say that I also celebrate the courage of the women HRDs in the movement that I am working with, and their bravery, and the fact that we come here and dance and laugh, and that's actually real, that's how we are, not just today, but every day, that everywhere we meet, there's always smiles, there's always laughter, there is support, there is a sister to give you a hug, there is a sister to tell you, you look stressed, let's sit down and talk, yeah? And that's For me, that sisterhood, that spirit of togetherness is one of the things that I love the most about being in the space with the Women Human Rights Defenders Network.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. And in the same breath, since, yes, we started the trajectory with civil society, I will go into chapter 4. And chapter 4 shares with the two pre-speakers on legal aid. But chapter 4 has also been able to exist and provide legal aid both in the state of existence and non-existence. You know, a non-existence is really during the suspension period. And so I would like you to share with the people present part of the services that you provide and how they can be able to benefit from those services, but also your experience working to provide those services, because at times we assume that all is well, and yet even as an institution that provides services, there are challenges. You know, we heard from Juliet about the emotional challenge of just doing this work, and that's a discussion we rarely talk about. So as an institution, what are the services you provide, but what are the realities around the context in which you're providing those services? Thank you. Yes.
Very, very specific. Thank you so much. My name is Patience Mwanguzi. I am an advocate, an activist, working with Chapter 4 Uganda. Chapter 4 Uganda is an NGO that works and defends civil liberties, specifically civil liberties, but human rights for all without discrimination. And how do we do that? There are 3 areas that I can mention on how we execute our work. The first is strategic litigation. We challenge repressive laws. I can give an example. One of the laws that is really disturbing, that is really posing a hindrance on the work that women human rights defenders do, is the NGO Act. You're not going to operate anywhere as a women human rights defender if you have not complied with all the regulations under that law. So what do? Is we come out to challenge these repressive and too much regulations so that we free our space as women human rights defenders. Chapter 4 has several people working with the organization. As you well know, our ED is a male, but then we also have women who come out to do the work in the society. So the other thing that we do is we provide counsel to civil society organizations. Counsel, what do I mean? We help people to comply with the laws that are available. As we fight to challenge, we know that we have to comply, isn't it? So we help civil society organizations to comply with the available laws. So we provide counsel not only for the compliance, but also for responding to legal issues. For example, you need legal representation in court. That one we do. There's rapid legal response. I think I have history with the organization behind here, Women Human Rights. They have seen my face before when they needed me the most. So that is also the work that we do. We respond immediately. It's called rapid because it's needed there and then. So we are just a call away. You have an issue, police is on your door, you can call Chapter 4. A few faces here know what we do. We have interfaced so many times. So that is briefly what I can mention on what we do. The other question was the experience. The experience, I can tell you, is since the theme is resilience, I don't think that there's a better organization that has proved. I don't know if I'm bragging. Yes, I may be, but I have a right to brag, right? I don't think there's an organization that has really reflected or showed an example in being resilient like Chapter 4. We have been closed. We have faced so many challenges. You know that our ED has once been imprisoned and tortured and all those things. Even us as individuals, we have people who have been attacked in the organization. Our organization has been broken into. So many things have happened, but we have posed resilience. I can tell you that let us not look at these challenges as hindrances. Let us look at the challenges as opportunities. You can look at the challenge, you can choose to be positive and look at a challenge as an opportunity to advocate more and raise your voice more. The challenge that you face in your work is posing an opportunity for you to raise your voice and advocate more for that particular problem. So that the issue, the biggest problem that I can tell you that we have faced is one, the repressive laws. Recently, I was helping an organization register, and myself as an advocate, I was frustrated. Besides the regulations that we have in the Act, besides the Act itself, now they have added guidelines where you need a recommendation of the GISO, DISO, ISO, SOSO, so what? There are so many, so that the space is being shrunk. They are shrinking the space. Yeah, these are the challenge. The biggest challenge right now is how to comply on all these laws. The laws are already hard on us. Now they have added on guidelines that are not even in the law. I don't know if any of you has tried to register a new organization. It's frustrating. So that is the biggest challenge that I can talk about. We have so many repressive laws. Chapter 4 also protects rights of the queer people. And guess what just happened? We all know. We all know there is a law that actually criminalizes us as the legal representatives, the people who have to represent these people, calling it promotion of homosexuality. So even the work that we do is now becoming a crime. So who is going to help the people? Okay, let us kill all of them and know that they are dead. Is that what they want? So the biggest challenge now is even the work that we do has become a crime. So as a woman human rights defender, you're looking out on when am I going to die, who is going to kill me next, who is coming after me. So that the other challenge is security and safety of women human rights defenders. Besides the mental issue that you go through, the mental trauma that you go through, you're also scared of the next day if you're not going to leave your children and be imprisoned because you're doing what you're called to do. But like I said, this is not just work that we started to do. It comes out of passion. And I can say, because the theme is also resilience, and I've told you that we have practiced resilience over time, we are not about to stop. We shall do what we have to do to protect our people. Yes, just to end with this. You will only know the importance of your voice when you have been silenced. I want to encourage all women human rights defenders here. Don't keep quiet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And just to reiterate that this year's theme is around recognizing the resilience, the achievements, and empowerment of women who champion human rights. And in continuing with the discussions that we have, which are around sharing our experiences, but also our services, I'd like to bring in Robert Sempala from the Human Rights Network for Journalists. And I would like that you share with everyone who is here some of the services that you offer. But what specific initiatives, what specific service have you offered especially to women human rights defenders, but also journalists who subscribe to defender work? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Robert Sempala. I am the Executive Director of the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda. We are a media rights organization. We've been around for some time. And starting on a very serious note of intimidation that normally happens to human rights defenders, the women human rights defenders. I came into this work and this position because my boss then was already surveilled. His family was targeted. And he threw in a towel, he ran away. Went into exile a bit, came back, and now did other things. So I stepped in and I thought I would equally run away very fast. But I'm still hanging in here. And during my work, I've come into interface with so many challenges that face the women human rights defenders, because we believe that journalists are human rights defenders. And as such, we have a docket that protects rights of journalists in order for them to be able to do their work. Because we all agree that rights are indivisible, they're inalienable, they cut across. And the only sole vehicle that you come across is the media for all these rights of association, of assembly, of expression, social, cultural rights, civil, all types of rights will all be carried by the media. And as such, we have come into constant interfaces with, of course, challenges that happen to women. I'm happy that we have the female women human rights defenders here, who are my colleagues. I recognize you a lot, colleagues, Rose and the team here. You do a tremendous job. But I also think that our convening here is an opportunity to reassert the position and the efforts that can be done by the women human rights defenders. And I recommend Brenda for that so much. I've known Brenda for some time before she even came this side. I used to be her boss somewhere. And she's a very resilient person. And in that regard, I've seen her penetrate the countryside, because I've not met so many people coming in one place who are deep-rooted communities that come from all walks of life, like I have here today. And the inclusivity of the audience here is very amazing. So I know that even as we speak here, we already have somebody who does the work so well, Brenda and the team. So ours is just to share a few challenges and opportunities that we really see that can come across. But mainly, journalists have come to us complaining about sexual harassment. The female colleagues who go into, cover stories, who go into cover land evictions, who go into cover gender-based violence, and lots of other things. They have been subjected to a lot of sexual harassment. And these are cases that the UN Special Rapporteur talked about that are not coming through to the main public. Either because people are too scared to speak out, or the media is too scared and intimidated to follow them through and expose, especially the powerful that are behind such crimes. And let alone, there are fewer cases that go to court, that are duly investigated, logically concluded, and merit to court for justice to come to the female human rights defenders. So that's a very huge challenge where we have no justice for them. But also have seen them suffer from domestic violence. Many journalists work so hard. They work overtime. Some are paid, some are not. We struggle with payment of so many workers in this country, not only journalists here. And that renders them ineffective in their own right. Because if you're not empowered economically, like many have said here, you cannot stand firm to speak about whatever it is that you're doing. It's a huge challenge, and I'm sure one of our key preoccupations should be to economically empower ourselves, all of us, men and women. I've started empower my person at home all the time by giving some money and giving them tips on how to get money. And she has gradually begun to improve. She wants to emulate the powerful women in this country that have now kind of given a generation to us in this room. And my appreciation, certainly I had forgotten this, to Brenda, is bringing a crop of new leadership in the women human rights defense. Yeah, we have always associated with the seniors of Matembe's types, many, the Margaret Sekajas, but in here in our midst, we see a crop of youthful, energetic, enterprising, and dynamic human rights defenders. So that is an opportunity that we must chance on to have a future for women human rights defenders. One time I was in a meeting, of course, with the public interest lawyers. And one of the people that came to speak to us was from an organization that gives counseling and psychosocial therapy to the victims. And she broke down and said nobody attends to her. After all that, she goes back home and she's now going through whatever happened during the day and nobody cares about her, while she cares for so many other people. Jokingly, I offered to help her, to counsel her. I'm not an expert in that, but I said I would come in through for you. Let alone, I thought it was a simple joke, but said, here I am, where are you? To offer that bit of counseling. So Brenda and the team here, I think we need to get the keeper's keeper. Who keeps the keepers? who is in there for the defenders? When does it merit? Do they get that access? I come from a background of media, but I know over time that these rights activists suffer more than the people they defend. And nobody seems to know about this. There are fewer cases that come in to defend them as there are for those that they defend. And that's also another really huge gap. Now, our relief is that we have a Human Rights Enforcement Act, which places individual liability to the offenders. But we are also stuck with people who disguise their identity, the security people. They beat you, they have no name tags. They beat you, they are hooded. They beat you, they are whisked away by their superiors. And you can't go against the individuals. So that is a huge challenge to us pursuing them using this particular law. But also in courts, I've been in courts many times, and I've seen presiding officers, the judicial officers, try tortured victims, those that have visible marks of torture. Yet the law presupposes that anyone that has visible marks of torture should not be tried. But they're in custody, prison cells, then they appear in court, they are all limping. They can't speak, they can't stand. But they go on to try them, and some are even remanded again. So I think that as we forge a way forward in amplifying the plight of the rights of the female human rights, the women human rights defenders, we should address such challenges of how to make the laws work that Honorable Nalule talked about. We have a litany of good laws, but do they even apply in our contexts? Can we use them to leverage on their goodness? So as a conclusion here, we must do a lot of strategic litigation, like my colleague has said, the Anti-Homosexuality Act. Where I come from, journalists are not supposed to talk about it. They're not supposed to do education or sensitization. You know, once you do, you don't know whether you're trading between criminality or you are educating, as it is for the media, to educate the public. It's a very inhibitive legislation in our midst, which we should all stand up against. Of course, the issues of morality should not obstruct justice and rights of other people. Yeah? So that's one thing. And also the other one is the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, which affects all of our work, especially visibility on social media. Because we do a lot of visibility through social media. And that law presupposes that you must seek for consent from who you are recording, whose video you're about to share. If somebody is torturing a child or their wives, you know, you're supposed to seek for permission before you even record, let alone for you to disseminate such information. Otherwise, you will be in court the next day. And that kills citizen journalism, which all of you here are involved in, but also more so advocacy for rights of all of us. Thank you so much. But in a nutshell, when we say women, I don't know where men fall in this whole thing.
On the other days, but for
the
today, on the other days.
Because when I was invited, I struggled with my team. Yeah, who goes now? Because I insisted that a female person from our office comes here.
Yes.
And they said, no, it's you to go, because they invited you. I said, invited me, but yet you people are here.
You're an ally.
Eh?
You're an ally.
So Brenda insisted she wanted me. Even last night she said, Sempa, you must be here. And I said, Diana, one of my colleagues, very competent lawyer, was supposed to be here. And this Brenda refused.
We celebrate allyship.
But I'm happy I've learned a couple of very good things which I must domesticate back when I get to my office.
Yes.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you for honoring the invitation. Thank you for honoring the invitation. And moving on to the last presenter from government, because at the end of the day, everything we talk about revolves around an operating environment which could be either stifling or very supportive. And so inviting Director Ruth Sechindi from the Uganda Human Rights Commission to share with us your experience as a commission on the protection for women human rights defenders, what opportunities exist, what services exist. And I think for you it's a very important conversation, because I don't know that it is me or most of the stories we read are on the other side of, the Human Rights Commission needs to do more, it needs to do this, and yes, more needs to be done, but today is a day of celebration. So what are we celebrating? What are the services that we need to be aware of, even as we continue to hold you accountable and make demands as citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for starting us off by saying usually we are the other side. Can you hear me? Well, even without the microphone, I have a very loud voice. That's why I don't whisper. Anyway, the Uganda Human Rights Commission is a constitutional body. Now, when you go to government, they will exclude the Uganda Human Rights Commission. So it is, and that's we purposefully say a constitutional body, because when we go in the space of government, we are not part of the state. These institutions are placed in every government to be the watchdog of the state, to be an accountability institution of the state, and to be an oversight institution of the state. They're supposed to be independent of the state. So it holds a very peculiar place, such that when it's supposed to be, get its salary, for example, our salaries from the consolidated fund, and yet be, so we don't fall under any ministry, department, or agency. And so when we are reporting, we don't report to any ministry, we report to Parliament. So the way because it came from the UN, that every state needs an institution which is the watchdog of the state to hold government accountable. So it holds a very peculiar. And so sometimes we ask, are we government? They call us government, civil society calls us government, but the government is saying, oh, no, you're not government. And even at the UN level, even at the African level, NHRIs, they are called national human rights institutions. We use the word NHRIs. They are not states. We don't sit with government. We sit with a special place next to civil society. But let me take you back to the Constitution, 1995 Constitution. Uganda has a history of violence and turbulence. And so when the NRM came into government, it created the Odere Commission. This Odere Commission was tasked to traverse this country to establish what is wrong, what went wrong in Uganda. And so the Odere Commission recommended that we need this body as recommended by the UN. And so they created into the 1995 Constitution a body called the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Kenya has it, Tanzania, all states have it. But it's not a government body, rather a constitutional body, independent of the state. That is why our salaries are not commensurate to government. So we are saying, so where do we go? And it is given the widest mandate, bigger than Equal Opportunities Commission, bigger than Law Reform Commission, bigger than Bank of Uganda, a mandate that is bigger than any ministry. We are supposed to address and deal with all human rights in the country. And human rights deal with everything. Since morning, you've been practicing human rights. The water you drink is the right to water. The clothes you wore in the morning is right to dignity. The house you slept in is right to housing. The food you ate is right to food. Coming here, freedom of movement. The SMS you sent is freedom of, the right to receive and impart information. Everything about you is realizing a human right. And so this institution, with the 24 offices and 220 workers, is supposed to deal with human rights. The public expectations are up high. And the government is also looking at you. And then the funding, the donors are gone. DGF is gone. So ladies here understand where we're coming from. And we are given a lashing, and I mean a beating on a daily. Majority of the people who work in the Human Rights Commission, 90% are women. And why is it women? The pay is little, but the amount of work is immense. When I first went into the commission as a young lawyer, I went in, and my story is very similar to hers. And the first day, the first person, my first client that I'll never forget, is an old man who had a shattered penis. And he was in tears. And he removed a condom off his penis. I was an innocent girl looking at an 80-year-old. And he's crying and in pain. He later died. The next one who came in, he said I had been sunk into a sewage. And the maggots were eating him. The skin all had holes. And these are the stories and many more that we do not tell the public that our staff deal with. And and the first week and the first month, I was traumatized. I would wake up in the morning, I was still staying with my family, and my sister is holding me like this. Because the nightmare, the stories we do not tell. So it explains why women are in these spaces and not men. The men come and work for a month and they are gone. There's no money, too much pain, too much bizibu. And every time my sister would tell me, oh my God. But then you swore an oath of secrecy to keep the plight and the secrets of these people. I don't know how many people I've hidden behind my desk, how many people have sneaked into my home, how my phone has been, I'm not sure who's listening in. And those are the stories that we have, that the public never gets to know. And yet, if we go to the social media, as a woman, the first thing that they do is body shaming. Then they insult me. Even on radio, they said, these ones are the ones who do not tell our women to get married because you have talked about women's rights. So you're not good enough as a wife. That is why you're single or motherless or childless. That is why you have few children, because you're busy doing everything else, minus doing your womanly duty. So as a commission, we are given this mandate to review bills before Parliament. We are supposed to monitor government's compliance on how they perform human rights. We receive and investigate complaints on human rights violations. We have a human rights tribunal that is the only one in the world. And we have been an status institution. And of course, people ask why. So we are dealing with migration. On a daily, I'm calling Qatar. What about these girls? But this, you're trying to intercede to see that the girls that are sent, or human trafficking, you are dealing with bills that are nonsensical, or some that are good. You are dealing with torture on a daily. People are detained. In the night, I am called. Madam Director, then you wake up in the middle of the night to deal with an abusive husband. You understand? Then you are running to Katwe police, I don't know which police, to get someone out of custody. Because you have to push your way around. Then, as if that's not enough, they are telling you the water here has happened. Then they are telling you extractive industries, you're dealing with business and human rights. The Kejongs, they are losing their land. And there is Mabo and Karamoja that is very rich. I'm happy that some of them are here. Over 58 minerals. And how much? And majority are the poorest, so you have to deal with that and speak about it. Then you are dealing with food, the right to food, hunger, famine. People in Karamoja are dying. Even the food that you're taking has aflatoxin, toxic chemicals. The commission has to speak about it. Then you're dealing with marginalized, the X, okay? What about the Batwa? They're homeless. The Bennett have been gotten out of Mountain Elgon. You are there. Yesterday I was from Chigo, and then I went to Chitaria. You're dealing with, for example, I just went to Kampala remand, 1,700. Chigo upper prison, you're dealing with 600 inmates. You go in a place full of men, and everyone has their issue. So the whole day I was with her. You go home and you are drained, and today you have to go back. And I have told my family that when I was growing up, I wanted 8 children. I have 1 because I have sacrificed my life to human rights defense. And then, we are doing the thankless job. Human rights is not for the faint-hearted. It is not for the weak, the weak of heart, because whatever you do can never be good enough. Only you and your family know the sacrifices. My daughter tells me, Mommy, I don't want to be a lawyer. Period. And I have talked to her. She has a good head on her shoulder. She's a bright kid, but she hates law with a passion. because of the work and the zeal and everything she says. Her mother is always tired, she's always on computer, she was always talking, and despite that, if you hear me on radio speaking, and then someone calls, they have spoiled our homes. Do you understand? And I can understand where they're coming from. Everything that has failed in this country is Human Rights Commission. And why do they say that? The public is right. You have been given a lot of power. He who has great power comes with great responsibility. And I have said that I am the solution. I am the change that I seek. So I am willing to speak about it. But going back briefly, I know that time is long. As human rights defenders, what do we expect? One, you're looked at with suspicion. Why is this woman pushing her weight around? Does she want to steal our men? Even fellow women elbow you. So even us as human rights defenders, we fight ourselves. We fail to appreciate and celebrate each other. Then the body shaming and the sexual connotations. That woman is there because she slept with so many men. Okay? You put a coat of lipstick, she's putting lipstick to attract men. So you must have a thick skin if you're going to be a human rights defender. But then you have to work double on what my brother here will do. What he does, I have to do double to prove myself that I am worthy of this space. It is not easy to be a female human rights defender. The other issue is the personal details. When I speak, then everyone wants to know, who is her husband? Who is she sleeping with? How did she get there? Because it means for me to rise up, I must have slept myself out up the ranks. Even though the men who were with me don't even know how my intumbwe looks like, or my internal knee behind the knee. But then because you're a woman, then you go to spaces and you start speaking the law and they're like, And I have told people this story of how when I started, I had a little office and I was seated with a volunteer, and he was a man and I was a woman. And they would say, you go to the lawyer in here for legal advice and to open a case. And they would come and say, Sivyotia secretary, Sivyotia lawyer. Me, I'm the secretary. I have spent 5 years in law school and I am the secretary. He is. Because society, the stigma, the marginalization, you are not worthy to be in particular spaces as a woman. But even us as women, if a woman stood for presidency, how many of us would choose that woman? Because our brains tell us that the leader has to be a man. He has to be masculine. And us, sometimes we're our own enemies, okay? So that is why we ourselves, the stereotypes still exist. So, and as I'm speaking, I'm saying, as human rights defenders, we face gender discrimination, we are targeted, our families are targeted, we face exclusion, we face barriers in the spaces. How many spaces? Sometimes I go to, and I'm glad Honorable Safia raised it. I am one of those who go to meetings when I'm not invited. Learn to go to places and spaces to raise your voices even when you're not invited. And even when they are categorizing us, when you're going to, ladies, when you are going to, sometimes when we are dealing with road, for example, the road sector, you go to a room full of men in black and gray suits and navy blue. Then you go to issues, to places where they are discussing money, Bank of Uganda, monetary, whatever, policy, fiscal policy. You will find 1 or 2 women. But these are the spaces where we have to be, to speak about once, if money and politics rule our nations. So we have to be in these spaces of political spaces and monetary spaces, and not only limit ourselves to women and children. So when you speak human rights, people say, those ones are dealing with women and children. When it comes to taxation, you find men, because that is where money is. So women learn to follow the money, learn to follow power, because this is what rules us. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Learn to follow money, learn to follow power, learn to invite yourself. Carry your chair if possible and attend the meetings. Yeah, but let's give a round of applause to our panel. A round of applause to our panel. And we are coming very close to 1 o'clock, so we are going to just do one round of questions. One round, okay? And your questions can go to anyone on the panel. If they are going to a specific person, please mention that this question is for so-and-so so that they know, okay? So I would like to see by show of hands who would like to ask a question. We're only doing one round, okay? So that's question number 1, question number 2, question number 3, yes. Question number 4 in blue, question number 5 in that red dress, the red chitenge. Then question number 6 behind. Okay, yes, your question number 6. And then this is question number 7, okay? Please. So here is the rule. You can't tell stories. You can only ask questions. Okay? So what is question number 1? And if you begin to tell the story, we will stop you. So question number 1.
Thank you, our panelists. I learned a lot from your experiences. My questions goes to patients from chapter 4. I want to know now when we are going to renew or register our organizations with the NGO Bureau, we are told to remove the words like human rights, good governance, networks, and coalitions. And we put humanitarian services or charity services. How can the chapter support us? And do you think the NGO, do you think the NGO Act is favoring us, the women defenders?
Okay, thank you very much. What is question number 2? Yes. Question number 3, please stand up.
Yes, my question.
Oh, okay, it's okay, it's okay.
My
yes.
question goes to Justin. Thank you for being around. I would like to know if you do have legal aid clinic for women HRDs in Moroto.
Thank you very much. Question number 3. Question number 4, please put up your, please stand up.
Thank
question
you
number
very
4.
much. I'm Kabageni Sarah from Ubundibujo. I work with WADA in Ubundibujo. I work, and then I do the work of women marriage defenders.
Your question?
Then now my question is,
yes,
how can active support us, women with disability defenders, accessing psychosocial service in Ubundibujo district?
Okay, that's for SCTV. Question number 4. If your hand wasn't up previously, please don't put it up. Question number 4.
Thank you, Jacqueline from UGNet. My question goes to Juliet. How can we give these wonderful services that SCTV is giving to the grassroots women human rights defenders network?
Okay, thank you very much. Question number 5. Yes? May I yes. Question number 5.
Yes, sorry, madam. I am directing my question to the honored gentleman in the crowd. How best can people with disability, with visual impairment, realize their full mental capability with the help of a sighted guide? Because I see in the parliament, these sighted guides have never been recognized. Only women human rights activists, that is Brenda and the team, who recognizes us in terms of a sighted guide. Instead, they only recognize interpreter for the deaf. How can we access? Thank you.
My questions direct to the legal people. For us as women, women human rights defenders, we have been struggling with the protections of other fellow women. And at the end of the day, we have been struggling with that. We use our own resources to ensure that we follow these cases up to the court. At the end of the day, when it reaches the court, sometimes the legal department even, they say it is free. But at the end of the day, you will find they ask for something on the back of their mind. And I personally, I can't afford to facilitate the legal team or to facilitate this victim to ensure that it already proceeded with the processes of court. How can we assist? How can you people assist us so that we don't waste our resources? Much as we are wasting time to support them, we can't waste also the resources that we have at home to facilitate the people whom we are defending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, number 7.
Thank you, dear panelists. Mine goes to Robert. As an environmental journalist, so many times I've been intimidated because of the stories I write. So how do I seek support or help from HRNG? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much and for your questions. And we're going to come.
Thank you so much. To give all of us hope, there is a petition that was filed in court challenging the NGO Act and the regulations thereunder. It came up for hearing early this year. I don't remember the date, but it is awaiting judgment on notice. So judgment on notice means that we will be notified when judgment is ready. So the petition is challenging all these things that we are talking about. She asked a question and said, is this fair to us? It is definitely not. It is an intention to shrink the space. I do not know why civil society is scary to the institutions or the government, but it is intended to shrink the space. And what Chapter 4 has done, we have filed a petition together with other organizations challenging the NGO Act, and we have hope that we shall be heard. The other thing that you asked, that how can Chapter 4 help? Chapter 4 helps to provide legal counsel to civil society organizations. We help to help you navigate these laws. So yes, you can approach Chapter 4 if you're finding issues with registration. We can provide that assistance. We help you navigate. But like I said, we cannot change the policies of URSB or UN or NGO Bureau. The only way we can do that is through the courts of law. We cannot say that we are going to tell them not to make you do this. The only way we do it is to challenge the policies and challenge the regulations through the courts of law. So there are two hopes. One is we are challenging it in the courts of law, but also we can help you register. We help you to navigate in a way, because we are lawyers and you're not, and there are some areas that you cannot really help yourself. So we are here to help you. Approach Chapter 4 if you're facing issues of compliance and registration. I hope I have answered.
Right. So you asked if HIRAF can provide legal support to women HRDs in Moroto. We do have regional centers, regional legal aid service desks across the country, and there is one in the north, although it's in Lira, and I understand that can be a little bit far from Moroto, but it's the one that's closest to you. Nevertheless, we have a toll-free line that I'll be happy to share afterwards that you can always call so that we can have a lawyer come to you if you need us. We understand it can be very difficult to come all this way, but we can always have a lawyer come to you if it's required, or just give advice over the phone. Our lawyers are I think we have had a lot of practice in issues of human rights abuses, so we are always able to provide support. Somebody was worried about the facilitation of legal officer, of the legal teams, I think, in court. I'm assuming that this was in relation to bribes. Because as far as I understand, those of us who are here, our legal aid services are completely free of charge. You won't have to give your lawyer so much as airtime to call or fuel for their car because they are well facilitated. But we understand that sometimes navigating the legal system can be complex. There's a lot of corruption within the judiciary, within the police system, even within the prisons. It can get very complex, yeah? So the best we can do in that case is provide you with a lawyer or a paralegal who will help you navigate the system. That instead of, because every time they see you and you are alone and they feel they can take advantage of you, it's very likely that they will ask for a lot of money. If we give you a lawyer to stand with you in that space, it's possible that even if they ask, you can avoid paying the bribe because there is somebody with you who knows the law, who can navigate the spaces a little bit better than you. But we know that the challenges are very many and they are endless sometimes. They can feel overwhelming sometimes, yeah? That you do all this work, you're putting in so much time, and then you're required to also put in some money. Sometimes not even to bribe a police officer, it's to just transport your client, get them a bottle of water or a chapati because they haven't eaten in 2 days, all those things. So we understand it can be very challenging and difficult, but I guess it's also why we, the people in this room, are the ones who have been called to do it. Because we have the courage, we have the strength, and we have the generosity of spirit to do the things that we need to do to help our people. We just have to not give up, yeah? When you feel very tired, look at all the people who have benefited from your services and remind yourself it is doing something. It is adding something to the lives of the people you're working with.
Yes, I was asked 2 questions. The first one is how the people of Bundibujo can benefit from the psychosocial services of ACTV. And then the second question was in respect to how the services can go to villages within Uganda. First, maybe I would want to say that ACTV has 4 offices. The head office is in Kampala, and then the other branch is in Gulu. Then we have a satellite office in Kasese. We also have another office in Kabong. So we may not be located in the whole country, but we are a national organization, so our services spread over. Maybe in the process of conducting community outreaches, usually we move as a holistic team. By holistic team, I mean we have the medical doctors, we have the nurses, we have the physiotherapists, we have the mental health person, we have the social workers, then we have the legal officers. So the holistic team is always there to offer such services to people who may need services within that particular area. We have what we call the internal referrals within the team. It is believed, and it is through experience we have known that always people who have been tortured will want any of these services, and so the holistic team is always available to provide these services. The people of Bundibujo, currently we have a community support network within the Kasese sub-region. By the community support network is we are trying to establish a holistic component or a holistic approach to rehabilitation to survivors of torture and violence within the communities. We are taking ACTV to the villages. So the community support network is really the community counselors, the community facilitators, and then we are working with the health facilities within those usually provide services to the people within these communities. But over time, I know ACTV will open up other offices within the countryside. Maybe just to also wind up my discussion, as we have been informed earlier, things have come up here which are very interesting to women human rights defenders. Issues to do with barriers in leadership, I think, came out in the discussion here. Issues to do with job opportunities, I think, also came up here in the discussion. But also the other thing that did not really come out was, I think, the work balance, you know. the work, balancing work and then home, home issues and whatnot. It's very important that as women human rights defenders, we are intentionally helped. I think it's, wow, this is so, okay. Personally, I think it is very, very important that the women human rights defenders are helped to balance work and their families, balance work with personal life, because, I mean, you need this all and you need to keep living as a person. So I think it is something that Women Human Rights Defenders Network needs to think about very, very critically and make it very central as part of the network. Let it be a training of some sort to help women, better their lives and be able to balance these workspaces. Already, Madame Sekinde highlighted the aspect of women having to work double, than the men. The men will just work half and everyone is confident in them. People believe in them. But a woman always has to prove herself to measure up for you to be seen as someone who is able. So in most cases, we find ourselves very locked up in issues of work, and then we forget about other aspects, other key aspects of life, and also the home thing. So really teaching women to balance work and homework is very, very important, and I think we should put this forward. And then not forgetting the emotional element is very, very key. You highlighted it earlier, the moderator highlighted it earlier, saying it is something that is usually not discussed, but it's very central. It has also come up very clearly up here that women go through a lot of things, a lot of experiences as they do their work, but nobody gets to know this. Nobody gets to know this. So it is very, very important for us to always come out and speak about this emotional component and share, but also get help. Get help from our leaders or from our workspaces in that respect. And maybe just for me to just highlight the way forward is just that we should be motivated as a way forward. Women should be motivated and encouraged to advance in our careers, because in most cases we stagnate ourselves as women. We fear, we feel, I cannot manage that particular position, should be for so and so, but we should be motivated and encouraged in our places of work. The other key way forward that I feel is we should provide learning and development opportunities to foster support. That we should provide learning and development opportunities to foster supportive atmosphere where women feel our workspaces on a daily almost. Women should provide that space, but also encourage self-development on their part.
About reasonable accommodation when it comes to persons with disabilities, and that they're entitled to have side gates. So in spaces such as these and many others, public spaces, it's a requirement to have site guides. Unfortunately, this is not done, but for every public space, there is a requirement to have visual support or reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities. As I conclude, I would just want to make recommendations. I believe that we need stronger support and protection from government, because it is, as women, human rights defenders, because government is the primary duty bearer. Okay, I'm just carrying something that is like a toy. I think as human rights defenders, government should ensure that there is an enabling environment for we as human rights defenders. That means the adequate laws, policies, and institutions should be put in place. Right now, we are working on the Human Rights Defenders Bill. I think this should be passed by government. I believe that there should be prompt investigations in cases of intimidation and threat. But as human rights defenders, I think we need to do more advocacy and sensitization. I believe there should be more awareness. As a commission, we put this in our new report, and we shall continue to work to write on the plight of human rights defenders. But also, we need to prioritize and pay special attention to the work of human rights defenders, their role and how it relates to the civic space. We also need support networks as women, because women, as I know, or as we know, we need, the way we are wired, we need each other. We need someone to commend you, compliment you, support you, tell you that what you're doing is right. Those affirmations help us move forward. So we need a network of fellow women and men and other human rights defenders. And finally, I challenge all of you to speak up. Many times when issues happen, we wait for the Uganda Human Rights Commission, for the lawyers in ACTV and others to speak, and everyone is waiting for the other. So when we keep waiting and holding on for someone else to speak, sometimes no one says a word.
Yes.
So, like I have said, we are the voices. We should be the voices of change. We shouldn't wait for others to speak for us. We should be daring enough and courageous enough to speak about pertinent issues in this country so that there is change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we welcome the last speaker, I can already hear the mamas in the audience. I know it's lunchtime. I know it's over 1 hour since we were supposed to close. So I ask that you please lend us your ears very briefly, and we'll listen from Robert. And after that, we'll have closing remarks from Honorable Commissioner Shifra Lukwago from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and then we should be done. And hopefully that should be in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, indeed, everyone. Mine has been partly touched by Ruth about persons with disabilities, especially those with visual impairments. But we have reached out to many media houses, at least to have a sign language person when news is going on. Maybe it should also spread to other programming so that they can partake of such programs, and that will reach out to the regulator, UCC, to make sure that it is more emphasized and that it is made a point at a point of renewal of operating licenses. It's extremely important that there is free and ease of access to information by all of us, because it's a universal right that we must stand up for. We'll do it. Also about my colleague who is intimidated when writing about environmental stories. You're not alone. Environment, land, extractives, and governance generally all have been issues of concern for journalists that write about them. Those that write about human rights, rule of law, misuse of office. So it's a whole huge problem for all of us, but we're doing our best as well. But we are always here as a powerhouse that speaks and defends rights of journalists to reach out to. But each of us in this room, because we have a collaborative meeting point where we all speak about issues of press freedom. It's no longer an issue for HRNG alone now. All these bodies that are in here speak about rights of journalists and press freedom. So feel free to reach out to each of us so that we can work collaboratively together to clear that space. Finally, balancing between work and families. Yes, that's very important. Coming from my side as a man who has a family and who has a person that works tirelessly hard. She works more hours than I do. Sometimes I get home before her. So I start doing the domestic chores. Kunaza bana, like bathing kids and a bit of cooking, getting... Yes, I do all those things. She would testify if she was here. She would. So we have to involve men, to understand where women are standing, especially those that are in human rights defense. Yeah, I have a bit of evidence. If we had time, I would have played you a video here of me carrying a baby on my back, doing a lot of things. It's not shameful for men to do such work. Yeah, it's just support to our fellows in our homes. They also appreciate it a lot when we do the little contributions that demonstrate affirmation, like she has said. And on that note, I want to say that these women have done a tremendous job. Yeah.
Yes.
So we clap for them. Like, women need to be congratulated when they really score. So thank you. And Brenda is a role model in this. So Brenda, I'll give you the video, which you will show later on when I'm supporting somebody at home. So there's Chigoya here. We're only a few men here. If I ask each of us to show if they do all that, I'm sure some of us would not do. Frank, do you do that? Frank, do you do that? Frank works with the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Do you do that?
Frank's answer has come from far.
From far. The men on the cameras, do you do that? This one here does it. The other two don't do it. But we can start from that point. To speak to all that we have discussed in the room, we start at a domestic level. We domesticate some of the things that we're speaking about. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And a big hand clap to the entire panel. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, but also thank you for doing the amazing work that you do. And we celebrate each and every one of you in your individual capacities on this International Women Human Rights Defenders Day. Yes, and okay, thank you very much, Brenda. And it's 1:20. I am going to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Shifra Lukwago from the Uganda Human Rights Commission to give us her submissions. And as she finalizes with her preparations, I'd just like to say that the first time I met the Honorable, it was in a Makerere University courthouse, the LDC court. And she had come to defend students who had been suspended by the university. And that was not the last time I saw her. And you see, the thing is, we have conclusions we draw about certain people. If you met Honorable Shipra for the first time and someone told you that she appears unprovoked to defend the rights of people who don't know her, you would say, no, it's not possible. And so I celebrate you today, Honorable Shipra, for the amazing work you do as a woman human rights defender, and also for doing it so effortlessly, and doing it without being pushed and begged, and she just appears. And so I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to make your submissions. Thank you.
Do you want me to take you through human rights, or like just go straight? Ladies and gentlemen, the director and protocol observed with people, board members. I'm Shifra Lukwago, Commissioner, Uganda Human Rights Commission. I'm sorry I'm late. We've been inspecting prisons. And the good thing is that the director here monitoring is one who put me there. Yet she knew I'm supposed to be here. But the good thing for her, she was here with Priscilla. So, courageous women, human rights defenders, first clap for yourself. You have helped to shape a fairer and more equal world. You have changed the centuries of old discrimination and inequality that have long shrouded the lives of women and girls. And beyond this, throughout history, women human rights defenders have been at the forefront of social justice movement, and they are all inspired, and they have inspired us all in the formative years. Their efforts have continued to contribute to more equal and thriving society for all. However, human rights, women's rights, and gender equality are increasingly under threat. We are seeing the resurgence of conservative narratives that relegate a woman's role to family and procreation, and a rise in persecution based on gender identity and sexual orientation. Women human rights defenders, you're bearing this brunt of all these developments. We need to provide you with support and show a united front to stop this backlash. And we shall do this. Uganda Human Rights Commission is here, and whenever you need us, we shall always be there for you. By using positive and inclusive narratives to demonstrate that gender equality means a better world for everyone, you're really holding the flag to that. It has been shown time and again that when girls and women have equal access to education and employment opportunities, in all the society, we have to get all equal benefits. When women and girls have autonomy and agents and can make decisions about their own bodies, free from violence and coercion, they are empowered to reach their full potential. Lastly, I'm trying to summarize. I'm jumping some of them since I've come late. It is essential to enable women human rights defenders in all their diversity to participate in decision making by providing them with adequate support, unreservedly. You know, I'm a human rights defender. I'm part of you, politically, publicly, and financially. This is a task for governments and all the international communities and NGOs out there and all the supporters of women and human rights. The need for solidarity within and across the movement for gender equality has never been stronger than before. So let us unite in this effort. For God and my country, I'll always be there for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shifra, also for being the politician who understands that the people needed to go and eat, but also to go and rest. And thank you for being very conscious. But also a special thank you to the Uganda Human Rights Commission. So Director Ruth, Honorable Shifra, the name has disappeared. Priscilla, yes. Thank you very much, because you have been the biggest delegation today. You know? Thank you. You have been the biggest delegation, and you've come mighty. You've come in a big way to celebrate the International Women Human Rights Defenders Day. And so thank you very much. And as we close, one of the things that we should do around the objective one, the strategic objective one, which talks about feminist leadership, is around writing the stories of women human rights defenders so that we are able to celebrate ourselves. And so in celebration, I would just like to highlight the fact that inside here, many of us have done things that the world might never know. And in closing, since Honorable Shifra took quite a short time, I'd just like to highlight the fact that she supported the first domestic the domestic violence bylaw in Kawempe division, the first of its kind on the African continent. The first of its kind, you know? So when we talk about, you know, amazing things that we as human rights defenders do, those are some of the amazing things that we do. So we've come to an end of the first part of the day. And thank you very much for being patient. For all our guests, thank you for honoring our invitation. For all the participants, thank you for making this colorful. Thank you for coming in your best wear today so that we can celebrate the work that we do. And I think it's now time for lunch. But before we go for lunch, I will invite our sister and the board treasurer, Pamela Angwech, to just make the closing remarks for this first half of the day.
Thank you so much. Let's celebrate all of us first, please. The Human Rights Commission. I am so impressed of your last word. It's like qualifying everything and saying yes to us, that we are ready to move this journey. When I heard Madame Ruth was speaking, and she spoke like she was speaking about me and what I do on a daily basis. My house is a shelter, my workspace is a reception center, and I have not given up because of the legacy of the work that we do. It's unfortunate that we cannot be celebrated when we promote human rights because it is invisible. The issues of voices is also invisible. But the outcome is bigger than the tangible. And I would want to encourage all of us human rights defenders in the house. The second thing I want to notice is that as women human rights defenders, we have all the structures and the mandate for us to continue to be on the front line. Look at that, look at them. So when we put ourselves together, I think we can move mountains. Do not accept any validation because you are saving life. You are securing the future. And the world, I know, is getting much more disconnected and is getting messy by the day, except for human rights. Then we can be united as a strong force. On behalf of the board members for Women Human Rights Defender Network, this is what we wanted to see and has envisioned for years. A one-stop center for women human rights defender for Uganda. And we will continue to work strongly to make sure the woman at the grassroots, the one that goes to the mines. 1 month ago, we had a story from a woman human rights defender who says that the women working in the mine in Karamoja were sexually abused even before they do the work. You have to give a sex, 1 round sex for a basin of stone dust before it is even sieved. That dust might not even carry gold. How many times should you go for a round of sex because you want to secure your family livelihoods? This is so sensitive. And that requires us to go back to the grassroots and begin to influence structures and the leadership. What are they doing with these incidences? If the women human rights defenders' stories can be documented, I think everybody would cry. Because for what happened, the women are still blamed. There's no support for what happened in the life of a woman. So I want to celebrate every woman here tonight, and I recognize strongly that we are stronger together. That we have both leadership from government, from the commission, from the diplomatic corps, and I would say, let us work together with the new strategic plan and do much more better. Then Uganda women will fill certain spaces. You know how a serial rapist will continue to rape and is released every time? And to the extent that people fear even these people just because either they have money or they have certain power that allow them to perpetrate violence. Such freedom. There is war in household and war in family. And I have always mentioned that the war is fought on the body of the woman, and the woman body is a battlefield, unless we stand together stronger. So with these few remarks, on behalf of the board, we are pledging our commitment to drive the new strategic plan. And please do not hesitate. We have now a very strong secretariat. Brenda did not present to you the new staff. This very year, we recruited, I think, up to 4 new staffing, expanding the secretariat so that you are better supported. And I think that with the new team and a new strategic plan, we are going to walk an amazing journey. I want to thank you and wish you the best of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will break for lunch, and I'll need guidance from the Secretariat on how long the lunch break will be, because it's 1:35 now.